Hello and a very warm welcome to everybody joining us today for this, the world's first Global Reuse Summit, brought to you live from London. I'm Natalie Fee, I'm the founder of City to Sea. We're a campaigning organisation focused on plastic pollution, helping the world to transition to a more circular, refillable world. I'll be your host for the day, and I'm looking forward to taking you on this journey for the next 4 hours. And of course, we thought that the best day to launch the world's first Global Reuse Summit would, of course, be on World Refill Day. Now, World Refill Day is a global public awareness campaign to help stop plastic pollution and, of course, to help people live with less waste. We launched the campaign back in 2019, and since then it's just been going from strength to strength and really helping change the narrative from single use towards reuse. So together with our partners and supporters from around the world, from communities to corporates, zero waste shops to supermarkets, World Refill Day is really that key moment when we really center the conversation and celebrate all of the changes that are happening around the world, and especially all of the people that are driving those changes. It's really all about inspiring people to make those small changes and to choose to reuse. And we'd really welcome all of you joining us today to take part in that conversation as well by sharing things on social media. And of course, you can do that with us today using the hashtag Global Reuse Summit and hashtag World Refill Day. So, on to the Global Reuse Summit. Have you been wondering what it's going to take to create a more circular future when it comes to packaging and plastics? Well, that's what today's all about. We're going to be asking the big questions and exploring the solutions that already exist, whilst championing those that are making them happen. We'll be hopefully learning some lessons from the innovators, the change makers, communities, cities, grassroots activists that are leading the change around the world. Basically, we're going to try to reimagine the future that we need to see and explore how we're going to get there. So you'll be hearing from some inspirational speakers. We're having some in-depth panel discussions, and there'll also be some conversations with me here in the studio. And some of the things that we'll be covering today includes global policy, business innovation. That's going to include examples from retail around the world, and of course the role that communities and cities are playing in helping to create a world with less waste. But before we dive in, a few housekeeping bits for today. So although we are streaming live today, all the sessions are being recorded and made available for free after the event. So if you can't make a session or if you miss one of it, then you'll be able to catch up on that later on. How cool is that? The full program is on the Global Reuse Summit website, so you can take a look at that and plan what sessions you'd like to join, unless, of course, you're planning on staying with me for the whole 4 hours, which, of course, I hope you will. I'd love the company. And I'd love to hear from you as well. As I said, we'll be sharing the content online using the hashtag Global Reuse Summit, and we'd love to hear from you throughout the day. I don't know if I'm going to be able to take questions. I might. You could try us. I'm sure somebody can feed us some questions. But otherwise, just play your part in sharing the noise that we want to make today and celebrating World Refill Day. So without further ado, let's get started with our first speaker. I'm really delighted that our keynote speaker today is Von Hernandez, a leader of the Global Break Free from Plastic movement, which is an amazing organization that I know very well. And they've been working tirelessly to change the narrative when it comes to plastic pollution, really uniting and supporting thousands of NGOs around the world. Von is a lifetime campaigner in his own right and has been a recipient of many well-deserving accolades and achievements, including the prestigious Goldman Environmental Prize in recognition of his work to ban incinerators. And before we go over to Von, just a really big thanks to our friends at Break Free from Plastic for supporting the Global Reuse Summit. And it's an honor to have Von as a speaker here today.
Hello, friends. My name is Von Hernandez, and I am the Global Coordinator of Break Free from Plastic, with thousands of members representing millions of supporters worldwide. Our movement is united in our vision of a future that is free from plastic pollution. I welcome you to this first ever Global Reuse Summit, and I thank the organizer, especially City to Sea, for making this a significant global event that builds on the success and the annual observance of World Refill Day. The need to act and reverse this crisis has never become more urgent than now. Almost every day, we are confronted with the evidence that reminds us about the disastrous consequences of our society's addiction to plastic, particularly the single-use disposable and throwaway variety. Like the climate emergency now unfolding before our eyes, the scourge of plastic pollution not only manifests in the visible trash that ends up spoiling and choking nature, rivers, and waterways, or in the gargantuan mountains of waste that's ending up in our oceans, killing marine life and threatening biodiversity. It is also turning up insidiously in our air, in the rain, in our drinking water, in our blood, and in our babies. We are breathing, drinking, eating, and ingesting plastics, along with the myriad of toxic chemicals used to make them, with profound and untold consequences for the future. Continuing this current pathway that reinforces our dependence on plastic is pure and utter madness. The increasing production of fossil fuel-based plastic is already in reach of planetary boundaries. It will accelerate climate change, hasten biodiversity loss, and transgress our human rights to live in a safe, healthy, and clean environment. Imagine we are all passengers on a bus, one that is heading towards a cliff at breakneck speed. The obvious solution, which any elementary school student will tell you, is not to press on the accelerator in the hopes that that cliff will somehow disappear, but rather to apply the brakes and take a different course. Albert Einstein said it best: a clever person solves a problem, a wise person avoids it. In the context of plastics, we cannot allow the clever industry types to succeed in justifying business as usual and their continuing production of plastics. We already know that ramping up plastic production is the fossil fuel industry's plan B, as the world compels them to decarbonize and move away from fossil fuel-based energy and transport systems. These modern-day geniuses will mesmerize the public or governments that they can come up with better, more advanced recycling systems or other techno fixes to keep pace with all the plastic they want to keep on producing. It has been 70 years since the mass production of plastics began, and the industry's track record speaks for itself. Less than 9% actually recycled, and an even tinier percentage effectively so. Tinkering with the fuel or reconfiguring the mechanical contraptions of the bus that we're on would not alter the fact that it is still headed towards the cliff. On the other hand, the wise amongst us have long recognized and demonstrated the effectivity and superiority of the real solutions to this crisis. We avoid the problem based on the philosophy that our grandparents and their predecessors have known and practiced before, a philosophy and practice of refill and reuse that avoids the problem altogether and puts us on a track that is truly respectful of the planet's ecological and life-sustaining boundaries. A few weeks ago, together with researchers from the University of Portsmouth's Global Plastics Policy Center, Break Free from Plastic launched a report that confirmed from interviews with reuse experts around the world that adopting and mainstreaming reuse systems offer the best, if not most sensible option to cut back on plastic pollution. With more than a third of current plastic production going into packaging, reuse and refill systems could cut plastic production and pollution by at least 30% by 2040. Among other findings, the study also found that a phased approach is needed to deliver economy-wide changes from single-use to reusable packaging systems. And this will have significant impacts on our climate, environment, biodiversity, and health. Positive impacts. In many parts of the world, many reuse systems are already developed, proven, and scalable. But to enable this massive breakthrough and transition, governments must provide the right set of incentives, including setting up standards and targets for reuse systems to flourish, and also remove the barriers for their widespread adoption. And governments now have a golden opportunity to do just that as the process to negotiate a globally legally binding agreement covering the entire life cycle of plastics progresses and begins to take shape. Here, finally, lies the opportunity for governments to faithfully adhere and realize the vision behind the waste management hierarchy. Reduction and reuse must come first, and we hope by setting prioritized, mandated, and ambitious targets on the same, the global plastic treaty process will lay the foundation for the transformation that is required to move our societies towards real circular and regenerative solutions. Governments cannot afford to miss this opportunity. This need to act decisively and take the wheel now, reverse the course of this bus away from the precipice and towards a path where we can chart solutions and directions that allow us to reverse environmental ruin and regenerate the planet's life support systems. To this end, I encourage all of you to support our global petition at breakfreefromplastic.org, calling for a strong global plastics treaty that prioritizes reduction and reuse. This is the time to push for real, meaningful changes in the way we produce, consume, and manage the finite resources of our planet. The time for solutions is now. This is our moment, and this is the point where the reuse revolution begins.
Thank you so much, Von, for sharing that talk with us. I'm certainly feeling inspired after listening to that, and I think it's so important to have you setting the scene and the context. For me, really, it's about focusing us on the why we're here today. Why are we doing this? Why is this work so important? Today, we're going to be unpicking the barriers and the challenges and the opportunities as well that refill and reuse present to us. But I'm really grateful to Von for setting the scene and giving us that really important wider context, and for sharing some of those amazing statistics from their new reuse report. So that's definitely one to look up after the summit today. So now we're going to be moving on to our first conversation. I am really, truly excited to be introducing Catherine Conway, a true innovator and pioneer of the refill and reuse sector. I think it is absolutely fair to say that if anyone knows about refill and reuse practice, it is Catherine. She's had quite the journey from when she set up Unpackaged, the first of the modern zero waste shops, in 2006, nearly 17 years ago. No, I think actually 17 years ago, developing that since then into a consultancy, and more recently being the driving force behind the Refill Coalition here in the UK. Welcome, Catherine.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Thanks. You're our first guest ever at the Global Reuse Summit. How exciting.
It's so exciting, and it's so exciting that so many people around the world are going to be listening to this.
I know, we've had some amazing sign-ups, so thanks to all of you for joining. So, Catherine, tell us a little bit about your journey and what inspired you to set up your zero waste shop all that time ago. And maybe what's changed since then, or maybe what's not changed?
So I think really I set up Unpackaged because I was trying to live what I thought was an ethical life, and I was trying to refill things, but really in those days the only things you could refill were sort of Ecover cleaning products. And I remember going to my local health food shop, buying all of these, muesli and rice and things in packets, coming home, emptying them into jars, and then sitting there with this packaging in my hand thinking, this is crazy, why isn't there a shop where you can just refill everything? And so I just started working on it. So I started with a market stall, then we had a small shop, then a bigger shop. And it was really useful and really important to start like that. But then it just occurred to me that the only way we're really going to solve this is by working with the bigger brands and the bigger retailers, because that's where the majority of people do their shopping.
Yeah. And making it more convenient and accessible.
Yeah, more accessible, exactly. It would be lovely if everybody could go and shop in small shops, but that's just not the way the world works. So yeah, so we've sort of moved from there into doing more projects with larger partners, and then also the policy and the research side as well. So we need change in the business world, and we also need change in regulation to really make reuse work.
And have you seen those changes over the last 17 years?
Definitely. I mean, I always say that when I first started out, I used to collect every newspaper article about packaging because there were so few of them. Yeah. And then it got to the point where there was just this sort of torrent. And then Blue Planet happened, and, you know, and lots of us had been agitating in the background. But I think Blue Planet really was that sort of light switch that it brought plastics and the problem of packaging into the kind of national consciousness. Yeah, and I think the best thing about it now is there's a whole community. So there's a community of people who really care about reuse, whether it's in government, in big and small businesses, in NGOs like yourselves, you know, universities. There's a really great group of people that are really trying to push this change, but it's hard. It's hard to make change.
Yeah. And hundreds of zero waste shops now as well.
And hundreds of zero waste shops, but they're struggling, you know, small shops always struggle in a downturn, and we're in really difficult economic times at the minute, so the fact that they're all still going is a real testament to their success.
Yeah. So, zooming out a bit and unpicking what we actually mean when we talk about reuse systems and setting the context for the day, with the recent growth in the space that you're talking about, there's been some confusion and some inconsistency when it comes to what we're talking about with refills or pre-fills and returns. Can you maybe give us the basics?
The 101.
Yeah.
So when we talk about reuse, let's think of it as an umbrella term, so it can bring in any type of the iterations of reusable or refillable packaging. What we're trying to do is move away from the single-use packaging we see now, which is where it's created usually out of petrochemicals, used once and then disposed of, exported, recycled. We know the problems of recycling, and only really ever, you know, a very small fraction of plastics can be turned back into useful plastics. So we're trying to get away from that and moving to reusable systems, and those can be done in different ways. So there might be iterations which is some sort of dispenser that you are bringing your own container to fill up from, and that's usually called refill. Or it's a reuse system, so it's more of a container, a durable container that's been pre-filled with product that you're either going to pick up in store, get delivered from home, and you never own that piece of packaging. So you might pay a deposit for it, you might pay a fine if you don't give it back, but that's more of reuse within a reuse system. And the reality is that we need both. There isn't going to be one system that solves this problem. You know, we have a plethora of packaging types, a plethora of use cases. You know, how someone uses packaging from a service station is going to be very different to how they use packaging at a festival where they don't leave the site. So we have to think about all of these different ways and use the most appropriate reuse method. But when we talk about reuse, it really should cover all of those different models.
Yeah, and for festivals and perhaps university campuses, that might be what's called a closed loop system. Yeah. So that's where things can be kept on campus and dealt with there.
Yeah.
So in your opinion, why do you think we haven't seen the mass adoption of it? And why do you think it's not scaling as quickly as, say, we need it to?
System change is hard and it takes time. You know, I think us in the activist world would probably want things to happen a lot sooner, but really, you know, the entire supply chain has been engineered for the last 50, 60 years to work around single use. It is cheap, it's efficient, you know, and everything, all the systems are set up to work like that. So trying to change systems just takes a really long time. Where we've got to is lots and lots of really brilliant pilots, trials. I think I saw Unilever speak yesterday and they said they've done over 50 trials. They have been brilliant, and it's really important, 50 trials across the world of their different products and different brands. And it's really important to do those trials because it's really important to get the learnings and also to get reuse and refill being visible actually to the public, even if the system isn't perfect behind the scenes. The problem is that if you are a big brand or a retailer trying to set up a reuse system, you've got to set everything up yourself. You've got to set up logistics, you've got to set up the washing and cleaning. And that makes it totally uncost effective. You know, it was almost as if each brand or retailer would run their own waste disposal facility. You know, you'd never be able to do it. So what we need to do now is move from these individual trials to sort of sectoral solutions. So we need everybody within the frozen sector to work together, the household and personal care sector to work together to achieve this sort of level of standardization. And if everybody does work together, as we've shown with the Refill Coalition, you can share the innovation risk, you can share the cost, and everybody wins. You know, moving from single use to reuse isn't a first mover advantage play because you can't make the economics work from it. So I think we are where we are. Everybody has done really well, but now we need to move away from these individual trials and towards more radical forms of collaboration across industry.
And I mean, I can see why probably a lot of those trials, well, we say unsuccessful, obviously we're learning all the time from those kind of pilots, but currently to be a refiller, you have to be really committed, don't you? I mean, even just recently I was refilling in my local zero waste shop. It's still going everywhere. I'm still using loads of pre-roll. You know, you've got to be really committed to stopping plastic pollution. So I think the work that you're doing and really helping to get those larger sectors and retailers on board is certainly what we need if we want to see those big changes.
Absolutely. What we also need is we actually need availability. So there's this slight myth about kind of consumer demand and consumer research, and I sit in a lot of roundtables and we all talk about how we need more consumer research. If there was a refill or a reuse option available in every supermarket, you would see customers using it. You know, they talk about research for introducing deposit return schemes. So, you know, this is where we might get our Coke bottles and things with a deposit and you post it back through a machine. They talk about this 8-week shock period, that for the first 8 weeks, the general public says, oh, I don't quite know what to do with this. And then they settle into a new pattern. So I think actually we need to not confuse the lack of consumer demand with actually what is a lack of availability. And that's why these trials have been good. We've got to get stuff out there, but now we need to be smarter and actually design trials that can scale.
And what about what you mentioned about availability, but what about accessibility and affordability? How are we going to make sure that this transition is fair?
So, yeah, I mean, it's so important. And actually, in Europe, there's a whole just transition movement, and we've contributed to research on that. And actually, it's quite difficult to think through. Really, what we need is probably a plethora of solutions. So if you think some consumers might really like a very smart app-based solution that involves a smartphone, well, that's totally inaccessible to lots of people who don't have smartphones or older people who don't use technology. So what we actually need is just lots of different solutions. So you might have a more manual solution, which is a refill in store, but actually someone can bring their own container, they can buy just the quantity they need. So if they're on a low budget, then they can, you know, buy smaller quantities and things like that. So I think the accessibility question should be solved by having multiple different reuse and refill solutions out there.
And something that we all need to hold, all the people that are bringing, like the policy makers, the retailers need to hold that in mind, I guess, when they're making those solutions and bringing those forward.
Absolutely, because if you think about it, if we want to get to, say, a 30% reuse rate, I think I calculated that in the UK alone, using the Greenpeace stats, that's something like 360 million units a week sold through grocery retailers that need to be sold, returned, cleaned, refilled, you know. And if you think that each one of those might have a 50p deposit on it, you know, that's millions and millions of pounds of consumers' money tied up in deposits. So we really have to think about how these systems are going to work at scale and not just think about, you know, these tiny kind of small trials.
Yeah, brilliant, really good point. So we're all about today, like, reimagining the future and trying to get a sense of what it's going to look and feel like. So what's your vision for a reusable future?
So our vision of the future is this idea that we need to be trying to hit a sort of 30% plus reuse rate. So that's something like a system that can handle our 360 million units a week just going through groceries. Then think about what that might look like for hospitality, festivals, events, all those kind of things. But what it is, it's a sort of superstructure of washing, cleaning, logistics that is standardised to a level that lots of different businesses can use it, in the same way that loads of different businesses and local authorities use a MRF, a recycling facility. The really good news is we know how to do all of these things, right? We have a world-class leading packaging industry in this country who knows how to design packaging. They can design reusable packaging. We know how to move things around. We have brilliant waste management companies that really efficiently move things from A to B. They can move things in a circle. We know how to wash things. We successfully wash things from hospitals, and we know how to wash things. So we know how to do all of these things, but we need the sectors to be able to move together, move as one, to start developing this infrastructure. And, you know, we can talk about policy and how that might be done, but it's that level of infrastructure we have to develop that would mean that everybody can succeed within it.
Yeah. And I love that stat, the 360 million pieces.
I mean, give or take a few, but, you know, we put 56...
It's pretty significant.
We put 56 billion units of single-use packaging on the market a year, according to Greenpeace stats, and that was 2 or 3 years ago. So it's probably more than that, and that's 30% of that a week, you know.
Well,
so it's something along those lines,
and we'll definitely be talking more about that today and hearing from retailers as well that have been running some of those pilots. So what's the one thing you'd like to see? I mean, if you had, there's probably 10, maybe, but like 1 or 2 things that you'd really like to see change to enable us to get from where we are now to where we need to be.
I genuinely think it's policy. So it's supportive regulation that is going to help everyone move together. So if you sit in kind of private round tables with businesses, they say over and over again, if there was a regulation towards, say, reuse that was compelling us to do this, then we would have a level playing field, we would have a direction of travel for the government, it would enable long-term investment. So to me, the real key for this is something about reuse, so probably reuse targets, which could be sector specific. You know, they could be designed differently for different sectors. It doesn't need to be a blanket target, but it's the kind of targets that would enable everybody to really start investing in this infrastructure. Now, once you have those targets, you can look at the different mechanisms by how investment might be reached. So we are about to start seeing a lot more extended producer responsibility, so EPR, and that is, you know, effectively taxing businesses on packaging, good and bad packaging that's put onto the market. You know, so the plastics tax is working at the minute. Now, if we increase EPR in a way that is going to enable businesses to make different packaging choices, then the money's coming in from that. We need to ring fence some of those monies to go into reuse infrastructure. So it's those kind of things. But the government's really, you know, we know how to do this. We've done scrappage schemes for machinery, or we've done scrappage schemes, you know, when we wanted everyone to move from diesel to petrol cars and things. So there are established mechanisms of how we get industries to shift, you know, towards a greener, cleaner environment. So really it's that kind of policy and regulation. And at the minute, there's a risk, so everybody's looking to Europe. The PPWR, so the Packaging and Packaging Waste Regulation, there are proposed targets in that, and we are seeing a massive fight back on behalf of the single-use packaging industry with some food-to-go operators, using some not very well done science to show why they believe single-use is better than reuse. I was going to just interrupt you there and say we're just coming to the end of our time, but I think generally seeing those sort of the delays and the derailing of that kind of legislation from the industry lobbyists is a bit of a problem. It will set us all back. It will set us all back, and it doesn't help anyone because we know that reuse is one of the key answers to reducing packaging waste.
Catherine Conway, thank you for being our first in-person guest on the Global Reuse Summit. I think it's really important, and we'll be talking later, so I hope you can tune in, having a whole section on policy around reuse. So thank you so much for being here. So next up, we're going to be heading into the global policy section of the summit, where you'll be hearing from some brilliant speakers who will be covering some of the things that Catherine was just speaking about then, from extended producer responsibility to the UN Plastics Treaty, deposit return schemes, and probably everything else in between. But first, we asked some familiar faces for their vision of a refillable world.
Hi everybody, I'm Hugh Fearnley-Whittingstall, and I just wanted to say a quick hello and that I hope that the first ever Global Reuse Summit is going well. We all know the scale of the problem when it comes to plastic, so now really is the time to come together and redesign what our future looks like. Keep up the fantastic work, and I'm looking forward to watching.
My vision for a reusable future is that single-use petroplastics will be banned, that reusable containers and bottles will be normalised and everyone will be using them, and that we can prevent plastic entering our environment.
We already have several innovative solutions to plastic, but we still need people, companies and governments coming together to collaborate in a circular economy, implement policy change, and continue raising awareness to truly transition to a reusable future.
A reusable future is the only future we have, as this is the most effective and efficient way to reduce our waste, reduce our carbon footprint, and protect the planet.
Everything from digital-enabled packaging systems right the way through to simple deposit return schemes. We think all of those collectively can build a really beautiful, waste-free future.
A usable future to me looks like as many food and beverage outlets adopting the same circular and co-rental scheme as what we do.
My vision for the future is one in which we use refill over single use, that doesn't entail long-term damage to the environment, nor to us, or to our health, to us and our children, and finally, that doesn't inflict social injustice on others. Simple. Refill.
There would be a future with absolutely no landfills, and what else? Climate change will also be in control.
A future of health for all people, all animals, where extended producer responsibility is the way.
Yo, what's up everybody at the Global Reuse Summit? My name is A.Y. Young, founder of the Battery Tour, one of the 17 United Nations Young Leaders of the world. And my vision for a reusable future is a world with no single-use plastic.
Hi there, and thank you, Nat, and everyone who's been involved in organising this great event on World Refill Day. I'm Paula Chin, and I'm a Senior Policy Advisor at WWF in the UK. I'm delighted to be here today to facilitate a conversation following on from Kath's conversation about policy, and hopefully it's going to be as good as everything that you've heard already. I'm sure it will be, because we've got some brilliant experts with us on the sofa. I know these guys really well, but I'm going to let them introduce themselves in a second. But it comes at such a key moment because we just had the International Negotiating Committee in Paris for the Global Plastics Treaty, and there just seems to be a lot of momentum in the policy space around how we unlock the barriers to reuse and refills. So a very timely conversation. But over to our panellists. So let's hear a bit about how about each of you. Chris.
Sure, thanks Paula. So hi, my name's Chris Dixon, and I'm the Ocean Campaign Leader at the Environmental Investigation Agency, which is an NGO based in London. And in our programme we work on a range of issues, including plastics, and in that space it involves everything from the plastics waste trade to the Global Plastics Treaty, which is kind of like my bread and butter at the moment. We also have quite a long background working on engaging the UK retail sector on plastic reduction, and that includes trying to get the UK to scale up reuse domestically.
Yeah, definitely. Your supermarket plastics survey has certainly caused ripples over the past few years.
I'm glad.
Thank you so much for all your work on that. And I'm going to go to Steve next.
Yeah, hi Paula. I'm Steve Fletcher. I work at the University of Portsmouth, and I'm the director of the Global Plastics Policy Centre there. And we undertake independent evidence-based analysis of plastics policies, so policies that are already in place or policies that are mooted, and we help policymakers figure out what might be the best way to ensure those policies have the traction and impact they're designed to have. A couple of weeks ago we published a really big new report on reuse as well, in terms of how we make reuse a reality. So.
Oh, brilliant. I hadn't seen that. And Steve, you and I didn't know each other 12 months ago, but in the last 12 months, we just seem to be crossing paths a lot, which is brilliant. The more the merrier working on this topic, certainly. And Dilyana, welcome.
Thank you. So I'm Dilyana Mihaylova. I'm Program Manager at the Plastics Initiative at the MacArthur Foundation. We're a global organization with a mission to accelerate the transition to a circular economy. On plastic specifically, we have two flagship initiatives, the Global Commitment and the Global Plastics Pact Network, looking at the role of voluntary action to scale up the transition to a circular economy for plastics. And also together with WWF, we've convened the global the Business Coalition for Global Plastics Treaty recently, so also looking at how we add value to the policy space. And my role specifically over the past year has also been looking a lot more on the role of reuse and how do we keep that high momentum of the role of reuse within that transition to a circular economy. So really excited to be here and part of this event.
Yeah, thank you, Dilyana. And this wouldn't be a complete conversation if we didn't have the thought leaders in circular economy, EMF, Ellen MacArthur Foundation, represented here. So I'm going to get us into the conversation, and I mentioned in the introduction that we've just had the Global Plastics Treaty negotiations, the second session. Arguably the biggest policy opportunity we've seen in many years. Steve are involved, EMF are involved, and Chris, you have been at the forefront of influencing UK governments, certainly on their position to push for ambition. How did it go? What's the temperature check on, especially on reuse, coming out of those negotiations?
Yeah, so how do I distill this into a brief and concise answer? Because anyone who works in multilateral environmental agreements surely is not that good at doing that. However, I will try. I love the Plastics Treaty. I'm really obsessed with it. But for those of you that aren't following the kind of day-to-day, just kind of brief vibe check, we're kind of approaching the midpoint of the negotiations. So the idea is to have a plastics treaty drafted by the end of 2024, which would then be open for adoption in 2025. So we're on a pretty fast sprint towards getting a treaty, faster than several other negotiations have gone. But there has been a lot of prep work to kind of get us here, a pretty solid foundation. And I think where we are now, it's a tricky point in the negotiations, because the idea is that by November we should have a kind of first draft. It's called a zero draft of the Plastics Treaty, which is then the document that becomes the kind of substantive thing that's being negotiated. And at the moment everything's kind of still in scope, so it ranges from kind of plastic production and these kind of upstream interventions, but it also includes everything right down to, you know, remediation of plastic pollution in the marine environment, for example, or other environments. I think it's really interesting because there's been a lot of energy around reuse, which was a bit of a kind of, for me, a bit of a curveball, because I've been talking about reuse, but I think it's been quite difficult for policymakers to envisage how that would look in a treaty. But a lot of countries in their submissions and in their statements, they're talking about, you know, what are the legal provisions that we can create around reuse, also repair as well. And so now it's about trying to get some good legal text in there that will help us move forward with getting something tangible in the final draft of the treaty.
Yeah, and certainly the High Ambition Business Coalition for the Global Treaty have got an ask on reuse within their manifesto, so that's really promising. Bringing us a bit more local, back to Europe and the UK, or in fact anywhere, Steve, where do you think we are now on policy? It's certainly an area that I spend a lot of my time thinking on and trying to influence policymakers as to, can we think of this, but not just within the environmental departments, also across financial, fiscal measures, or levelling up, for instance, which is relevant to the UK. Where do you think we are now? Do you think we have any legislation in place that is supportive of scaling up of reuse? Or are we still too focused on end of life, recycling, chemical recycling, and single use as a whole? We've talked a lot about plastics, but actually reuse can really tackle our overconsumption of materials regardless of what they are.
Yeah, it can. I think there's a lot of fragmented policy in Europe and around the world more generally. There's a push in, I'd say, broadly the right direction. There's a lot of policy and law around right to reuse, right to repair, about resource efficiency, about packaging and packaging waste, but very little on reuse as a strategy in its own right. And from the work that we've been doing at Portsmouth, I think what we're beginning to find is there's not really a clear vision globally for what reuse could be. There's not a clear definition of what reuse is, and there's not really a totally clear understanding of the steps we need to take to transition to a reuse economy. And I think the critical thing in that respect is seeing reuse not as just introducing reusable packaging or something like that, but seen as a system shift to, certainly to reusable packaging, but then making sure there's a system to get that packaging back to where it can be cleaned, made hygienic, where it can be replenished and got back on the shelf. And there's a huge shift that's needed there. And some parts of the reuse economy will be easy to do that, and others incredibly difficult. But bringing consumers on that journey is critically important as well.
I had systems thinking training earlier this week, so I'm completely in that mindset.
I'd like to do that,
What does the paradigm shift look like in any policy area or to confront any issue? So, Dilyana, moving on to yourself now, EMF, as I said, thought leader, really have championed circular economy globally and are known for that. And you mentioned that you're leading the global commitment, which is solely focused on getting businesses to shift their behaviours in relation to their plastic consumption. How is that going? I mean, are we seeing that voluntary agreements are actually getting us along the progress path? Or is there more that we can do in certain areas, like, for instance, with reuse?
Yes, exactly. So both through the Global Commitment and the Global Plastics Pact Network, we now have over 1,000 organizations around the world that include organizations that represent 20% of the global plastic packaging sector, committed to a shared vision for a circular economy that specifically, explicitly recognizes the very crucial role of reuse business models as part of that solution to scaling up, to transitioning to a scaled up circular economy. So that is already a great contribution from these voluntary commitments to have that shared ambition and vision where reuse is really, really crucial. In terms of action, we have over half of the global commitment signatories have now launched some reuse pilots across 7 categories, including food, beverage, personal care. But we do need to accelerate action. Voluntary action on reuse is not really taking us to scale at the pace that we really need to see to really tackle plastic pollution. And we do recognize that voluntary action is not going to be enough to really achieve that scale at pace. And that's where we need really urgent policy. And that's where the treaty has a very, very unique opportunity. So we did publish a reuse position paper for INC2, and we also had the same recommendations from that reuse paper included in the position paper from the Business Coalition for Global Plastics Treaty that includes over 100 organizations with major big brands and multinationals. So the main recommendations there to really take us to a place where we can have scaled reuse systems include the shared definitions, shared infrastructure, shared standards for reuse, then also complementing those with financial instruments that make the economics work so that we have a level economic playing field where reuse systems can compete with single use. And finally, but not least, we need to have these targets that are legally binding, ambitious, quantitative, so the treaty can really mandate countries to set these targets to make sure that we stay on that shared vision and direction for scaling reuse.
Yeah, and it's great to hear some of the detail that needs to be gone into, because it is all the things we know. Ultimately, reuse has to deliver benefit above and beyond our single-use consumption. So ensuring that it is delivering that benefit as well. Lots of talk about digital technology, being able to track cycles of packaging around systems, etc. I'm going to steal a phrase from the fantastic, legendary Tony Juniper, who said, we have seen, there have been there are more pilots than BA and more trials than the Old Bailey going on, and have been for the last few years on reuse. So, policy seems to be the thing that's going to unblock it. So in that context, what are the key challenges that we're seeing? I mean, you've already mentioned some, but what is stopping us from progressing? We're here talking about policy, but are we going to sit here and say it's absolutely policy that's the key to drive this all forward? Now we've got the appetite. Let's go to you first, Chris.
Sure. So I think at the risk of being one of those panels where we all just agree with each other, I'm going to pick up on the excellent points made by Dilyana. I think that the challenges are really around the current model and what is binding and what's voluntary, and also how we're kind of locking ourselves into a particular model of consumption. So I would say a key challenge for me is that we don't have binding plastic reduction targets at a global or a national level. And I think absolutely, plastic reduction targets go hand in hand with reuse targets, because they demonstrate the kind of how of plastic production and make sure we're not going into things like material substitution, so kind of continuing in a linear model. So I think we need to have these two targets kind of working together in order to kind of drive that kind of system change that we've been talking about. But I also think that finance and investment is a crucial piece here. What I think that the treaty can do, but also, countries can be doing now, we don't need to wait for a treaty, is looking at how investment prioritises the kind of recycling model. We see, for example, a lot of British investment, just to take the UK as an example, going towards, for example, chemical recycling facilities. That will then lock us into a technology that, for a start, isn't actually proven to work at scale, but it also means it's not incentivising a shift to investment in shared reuse infrastructure. So I think investment and legally binding targets are kind of two things that could really drive that shift kind of now. I'm sure you're going to have other things to add to that, but that's just two from me.
It does feel like we're on this tipping point of it could either really go one way, which will send that very strong signal and give confidence to businesses, because I know sustainability packaging managers are having to make the business case, especially in these challenging economic times, to their senior leaders as to why this is an avenue. It seems that sustainability and saving the planet is insufficient now. There has to be a whole business case around it. So I think we are at that tipping point of being able to make the policy, certain other policies could go one way or the other and actually tip it in the wrong direction, like you say, with chemical recycling. Steve, what's your take on that then? What is stopping us from progressing?
Yeah, I think investment is critical, actually, and having certainty. So actually having some clear political commitments to reuse that gives the business community some reassurance that if they invest in reuse systems, then that investment will have some return over the medium to long term. I think there's also an issue really around the artificially low price of single-use plastics, which makes reuse systems seem more costly compared to single-use. But I think that that's a false sort of economic reading of the situation. And that takes us quite nicely to the point that, you know, it's all very well having policy statements about reuse and law and policy about that, but that entirely needs to go hand in hand with a whole range of other policy initiatives that create a suitable environment for reuse to flourish, and we just don't have that at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that to the systems thinking training that I had, it made me think about how actually we might be looking at this in isolation, but actually it's intrinsically linked, for instance, to some heavy subsidies to certain industries, which potentially mean that plastics, single-use plastics are more affordable, should we say. And Dilyana, what's stopping your businesses that are part of the Plastics Pact and the global commitment from progressing, especially on reuse? Because I think they're making progress in terms of recycled content and recyclability of their packaging, but why not reuse?
I do think one of the biggest barriers to scaling reuse is that globally coordinated approach to it. And policy plays a big role, but I think it's that collaboration across sectors, across supply chains, and public-private partnerships. So I think to scale reuse, we also really, really need to scale the collaboration and that coordinated approach. So the global treaty can provide enabling conditions, national legislation can provide enabling conditions, and all of that learning that we have from a lot of trials, not all of them are successful, there's really rich learning and creating those safe spaces with pre-competitive discussions on like how can we extract from that. I think there's a lot of richness there. So enabling conditions, we talked a lot about the need for shared definitions, but I think thinking about these systems, the infrastructure, making sure that we are collaborating on a shared infrastructure for reuse, I think is going to play a really big role in actually making the economics work. So scale, collaboration, sharedness of infrastructure, of definitions, really, really big, specifically looking at the businesses, the Plastics Pact network, the global commitment. I also think there is more that we can do on that really shared vision specifically for reuse systems of the future. So that's something that we're working on this year. We want to publish towards the end of this year this very tangible, empowering vision for the scaled reuse system of the future. So we're working with a design agency looking at future visualization tools to really move away from this space. I think there was a policymaker I talked to last week who said, for 90% of the people, this still seems like sci-fi when we talk about reuse, and to really make it tangible and also bring some evidence and numbers to show the business case alongside this really visual representation of the system so that we can embrace it as this mainstream vision that we're all working towards. So I think at the moment we still have a lot of individual organizations that are probably looking at their individual vision of these pilots that are going to help us achieve targets, and that's needed, we do need that, but also getting more and more specific with that empowering vision of the scaled reuse system of the future would add value.
Definitely, and I think there's a challenge in the pre-competitive space. I know in the UK there was a consultation about relaxing competition law where collaboration is required to unlock some of the bigger issues that we're facing, whether they be environmental or social, etc. So, certainly businesses that I speak to, they say, oh, well, we can't talk about that with other businesses because it's anti-competitive. So if that barrier comes down, I think that will be a real unlocker, and it will no longer be an excuse that they can't collaborate more closely. So I think that's a really interesting point. We're going to pivot a little bit and just sort of say, well, who is doing it well? Do we have any examples in other countries, whether it's in specific regions or particular governments, that are really going after this agenda? Steve, to your point about looking at it within the broader resource efficiency of all materials and not just in terms of reducing plastic and the impact of plastic pollution, but who's doing it well, either from a voluntary or from a kind of systemic approach that is underpinned by really strong policy signals? Steve, we're going to go with you first, I reckon, on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard, Paula, actually, to identify.
Yeah, I'm glad we went to Steve first.
Please don't come to me. Genuinely, it is really hard. I mean, it's really difficult to point to any country or any policy framework or any company or group of companies that are doing a great job in the reuse space. Some of the pilots that we've talked about already have elements of successful practice within them. There are some bottling companies in South America that are switching to around 20 to 25% reusable bottles now. But there's just huge challenges across the entire system around reuse that almost any one pilot will struggle to deal with all of those, really. But I think, just reflecting what the others have said, I mean, having some way of bringing together the experiences from those pilots in a non-competitive way, so that we can really feed that into, say, the treaty process, so we have the treaty is informed by the experiences of trying this out in different environments, would be a wonderful way forward. And just one other point quickly, if I may, Paula, is that not all reuse systems are the same. So there are types of systems in closed environments like I don't know, theatres, universities, libraries, cafes, pubs, bars, where already we basically have a reuse system. You don't imagine you would take the plate and glass away with you when you're in a cafe or something. So we're pretty familiar with reuse systems, really, and they're everywhere, and we can scale those up quickly. I mean, today we can start doing that. Other parts of the reuse economy are more difficult, like deliveries to your door, for example, food on the go. But actually, we can start the reuse journey immediately.
Yeah, and I think there is a plethora of systems out there, partly because different scenarios, different product groupings, etc., need different types of technology. Exactly. Yes. I'm going to, who wants to take this question? Because you mentioned consumer at the very beginning. Actually, we've not picked up on it, because a lot of businesses would say that one of the biggest barriers is getting citizens engaged. I take a slightly different approach. I sort of say citizen behaviour is a product of the system that we are locked into. So actually shift the system and the behaviour shifts with it. Dilyana, Chris, would you like to comment on the consumer aspect of it?
I can have a go. I think it's a really, this is also kind of one of my bugbears as well.
Yeah, yours and mine too, Chris.
But I also feel like, in some ways it's a double-edged sword of being kind of victims of convenience culture. Like, we want access to things on the go, of course. But I also think that, traditional reuse has been operating in many countries around the world, for a very long time. And people were running very functioning reuse systems of different kinds until they were marketed kind of convenient solutions based around kind of corporate interests of single use to kind of maximize supply, basically. And I think that it's not that I think, the old days were better, but I think there's a lot to be said about, the tactics that were used to push, and particularly in the global south, push, single-use plastics as alternatives to a kind of reuse system that was working quite well. So I think that consumers do need to demand a different world, a different model of consumption. But it also has to be accessible, it has to be inclusive, it has to be affordable. I think it's really important, that reuse is not seen as something that's for like the middle class only, but it's actually the norm. And in order for that to happen, we do need to quite radically change our system and our thinking about how we produce and consume. But it's not solely down to consumers to drive that change. They can ask for it, but we need the enabling policy environment and the willingness of companies to push it through.
Yeah, it's interesting as you were talking there, and that we've used the word reuse. I don't know how many times, I don't know if anyone's keeping track of it, but I was thinking whether or not the word reuse is in itself a barrier, and actually, rather than sort of encouraging people to reuse, we should be talking about non-disposable. Don't throw it away, because actually throwing things away feels quite negative, perhaps more negative than reusing seems positive. Do you know what I mean? When it comes down to our habits and practices, our clothes are reusable in theory, aren't they? But we don't throw them away, and that's the main thing about it. So I was just thinking about that again. This systems thinking training I had has really kind of got into my brain earlier this year.
Can I quickly build on those last 2 points, because I do want to take the opportunity for these examples of what's working well. And you mentioned systems in the Global South. They're really amazing examples actually in the Global South. And we do have this Upstream Innovation database on our website where we've looked at so many examples of reuse systems at different stages. So you can filter by geography, by stage of development, and really get inspired. So I want to make sure that, yes, there's a lot that we need to do, but there's a lot of inspiring examples from all over the world. To make sure that we don't end on this more
absolutely.
Sorry, Paula.
And I think in the context of having ambitious circular economy objectives, actually in the Global South, obviously there's some of the most shocking underdeveloped waste infrastructure, but actually that doesn't mean that you can't have reuse systems. Why do they need to go through the whole, all the stages of the waste infrastructure and have the landfill and have the incineration and have the recycling, and then all of a sudden we're going to do reuse? Actually, through the global treaty, there might be an opportunity to support the countries to leapfrog some of the global north who are just excuse me, I don't want to swear on this, but who are kind of fanning around with recycling.
Fanning is probably okay.
Is it okay? And tinkering. Sorry, Joe. Sorry, Nat.
Yeah, Paula, to respond to that, I think that's really, for me, just with a kind of policy hat on, it's why I think it's really interesting and important to think about how, the policy interventions that we're designing within the Global Plastic Treaty, but also in a national and regional context, follow the waste hierarchy, and also the investments around solutions also follow the thinking of the waste hierarchy. So, first we're thinking about prevention and reduction, but kind of there's this piece around, reuse and preparation for reuse that happens kind of before we look further downstream. And so I completely agree that any investment, whilst there are real and immediate waste management challenges in many countries, particularly small island developing states, for example, that need to be addressed, we should definitely be thinking about designing the systems for the future rather than locking ourselves into kind of short-term solutions that are basically based on the current model, like incineration, cement kilns, and there are options being considered in the treaty to prohibit those.
Yeah. Brilliant. I'm not sure how we're doing on time. I think we're doing quite well and we're getting into some meaningful, juicy conversations. I've got a couple of actual quick-fire questions for you, but you can take it longer because I think we've got a bit more time. I haven't been shown the three-minute side yet. It's quite a sort of visionary. What is your vision for the future? What could the world look like in 5 to 10 years if we had effective legislation in place? And to tie in with that, actually, and this is more so I can go away and write it into my policy papers, what are the 1 or 2 policies that you believe could accelerate this agenda? Dilyana, let's go.
I'm going to start with the system view.
Yeah.
Vision for the future, obviously scaled circular economy, but within that, having that scaled reuse system with the shared infrastructure, with really collaborative approaches that on the individual, on the very, very human level, as I know that can sound quite theoretical, but on the individual level, it means that the packaging that we interact with on a daily basis, most of it is reusable and returnable, and it's really easy and seamless and affordable for anyone to be able to have packaging dropped off, not necessarily the same shop where you bought it. It can be collected from your home, it gets cleaned and it gets used again, and that feels so natural, and it feels good, and it feels easy and cheap and accessible for everyone around. So that's kind of the vision at both the system level, having all of these enabling conditions. Reuse competes with single use to such an extent that it doesn't seem like a competition anymore. There's this mainstream, and that's part of that bigger system change to our circular economy where we do need a whole suite of solutions.
And that requires business model innovation, because as you were talking there, I felt calmer at the prospect of that approach to life. Wow. Because we're not chasing this constant convenience and these kind of, get something to your door in an hour, which I haven't subscribed to yet at all whatsoever. But it sort of feels like it would also give us the opportunity to slow down, much as the kind of COVID lockdowns, which obviously was a horrendous time for a lot of people, but for some of us, it just forced us to slow down and breathe.
Can I build on that? I think, yes to that. I would also add safe circularity. Yeah. I think that we really need to be thinking about designing, if we're talking about plastics as a material, designing any problematic polymers, chemicals and additives out of plastics. So if we're truly circulating them and relying on them, then they're non-toxic. And I think that needs to be the kind of centerpiece of any conversation about the circular economy if we're really protecting human and environmental health into the future. So I think it's creating the enabling environment, making reuse the norm, mainstreaming it, but also thinking about safety of material consumption as well, and quantity. So for me, the future has to involve a reduction in plastic production, phasing down over time, and we're really only producing the plastic we absolutely need because of its functionality. But essentially, everything else should be recirculated safely.
And I'm going to layer on that a reduction in our overall resource consumption, and increase in resource efficiency. Steve, you get the last word because I have the 1 minute sign.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I can't really add much more to what was said, to be honest. Taken all my points. But having some kind of structure in which single-use plastic is systematically taken out of the economy at the max and replaced by reusable systems would be my ideal view of the future.
Hallelujah. And let's all keep on working towards that vision. Thank you so much. This was lots of fun.
Thanks, Paula.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we're...
Hello, this is Joan Marc Simon. I'm director at Zero Waste Europe, and I'm happy to speak at the Global Reuse Summit about how to make reuse a reality, a systems approach to tackling single-use plastic production. First of all, we are all aware of the danger that single-use plastic represents for our oceans, when it's littered, etc. What less people know is actually the connection between plastic pollution and climate change. And if we want to stay under the 1.5 degree warming stipulated by the Paris Agreement, we only can emit 400 gigatons of CO2 equivalent. Of that, plastic with business as usual will use 125 gigatons, which is more than all the materials together, when the carbon budget for plastic is only 15 gigatons, and we should even reduce that. So why reuse is important, among many other things, is because we cannot be within the Paris Agreement and deliver a world with less global warming unless we change the way we are using plastic. Well, why reuse? We could also just replace single-use plastic with other alternatives. And that's a false dichotomy. I mean, there's lots of people out there, basically industries, to be more concrete, that are pushing to actually go the easy way and just replace single-use plastic with single-use paper or single-use glass, etc. Replacing material is not a solution. We see how in Europe lots of single-use plastic has been replaced by single-use paper packaging, which is in fact paper with a plastic coating. This paper is not recyclable. This paper it's basically, nobody knows in which bin it should go. It's a disaster. If we replace single-use plastic with single-use glass, the environmental impact is even worse. Because yes, it's safer from a health perspective, but the environmental impact of producing glass is much bigger. Glass is a great material, but we should be using glass for reusable bottles, reusable packaging, not for single-use packaging. So recycling is great, we need more of it, but recycling cannot replace reuse. And reuse should always come before recycling. Now, when we talk about reuse, in this study that the University of Portsmouth published, and in many other papers that are being published, there's an important distinction to be made. One thing is a reusable packaging, a reusable bottle that is refilled by a third party, and something different is having my own reusable bottle, very useful. I go, I refill it at home, or I refill it at the shop, but the main difference here is I am using my own bag or my own packaging, and that belongs to me. That is a product. That's a bottle, but it's a product, it's not a packaging that I refill, I reuse, etc. And something very different is those packaging that actually it's a service that belong to a company that we can actually just rent or just pay a deposit and we bring it back. We are not washing it, we're not responsible for what is put in it because there's a company taking care of that. And that's a very important distinction. Why is it an important distinction? This is because if we want to actually make sure that reuse happens, we need to differentiate between reusable products, such as my reusable bottle that can be refilled, and reusable systems. And reuse systems actually is a completely different thing, and they require different tools. This is important because it's a lot different to calculate, to monitor these two systems. So if we want to set reuse targets, it's important that they go into reuse systems for like beverage bottles, reusable packaging that has an incentive that we give back and that is washed and is brought back to us, separated from prevention target, that is what we do when we refill our bottles. Both are important, but we believe that they should be counted differently because they are different animals. One thing is packaging, the other thing is a product. And having said that, what do we need to move refill, like our own like refill shops, packaging-free shops forward? I think for that, the best way is to set a prevention target at the society level. It could be at the country level, at the European level, at the global level, and oblige then the companies, the supermarkets, for example, to like save a space, say 20% of the surface, to allow consumers to consume without packaging. So we bring our own products from home, we refill them in the supermarket, we go back without having to use single-use plastic or single-use other packaging. How to make this happen? Well, I think in this aspect, legislation is important, because we're seeing lots of reuse businesses that are trying to do the right thing, but we don't have the legal certainty. Without legal certainty, we don't get the right investments going into reuse infrastructure. And without this legal certainty, the investors, the entrepreneurs, the public authorities also don't move. So in order to get all of this moving, we need at the European level to have reuse targets, as well as prevention targets for packaging. And in the Global Plastic Treaty as well, we should make sure that the Global Plastic Treaty doesn't become a waste management treaty. That would be a sign of a failure. The Global Plastic Treaty should actually kickstart a transition to refill and reuse systems with high reduction targets and high reuse targets. As I said in the beginning, a waste management treaty will only make the global climate crisis worse. If we want to fight climate change, if we want to fight plastic pollution, if we want to actually make packaging sustainable and create resilient and sufficient systems, the only thing we can do is prepare for using a lot less plastic across the value chain, a lot less packaging, and the way to use a lot less packaging is by going into reuse systems and refill systems. I thank you very much, and I wish you the best for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Robbie Staniforth, Innovation and Policy Director at UK packaging compliance scheme Ecosurety. We're pleased to support World Refill Day by giving you 5 things that you need to know about how extended producer responsibility affects businesses at this global refill summit. 1. What is it? Extended producer responsibility, or EPR, is legislation that affects everyone involved in the supply chain of packaging. It makes producers and brands responsible for the full net costs of the packaging that they create. 2. When will it happen? The UK has introduced new reporting requirements this year that means businesses will need to look more closely than ever before at the packaging they use around their products. The data being collected will be used to calculate the cost to businesses for using packaging. You can check on the UK government's website to find out if you're likely to be affected by these changes. And changes could be coming to other countries very soon. 3. What is the impact? It will ultimately make it more expensive for businesses to use single-use packaging to deliver their products to customers in the coming years. A system of modulated fees is being introduced to reward highly recyclable packaging and punish unrecyclable packaging. This means that the fees businesses incur could be dozens of times higher than they've previously been used to. 4. Can the fees be avoided? The best way to avoid these fees is quite simple. Don't use any packaging around products. But in the real world, this simply isn't possible, especially for many of the vital goods that we require. An alternative is for businesses to switch to refillable models, therefore reducing the overall environmental cost of the packaging that they use. 5. What would a switch mean from single use to refill in practice? It would ultimately mean less waste being collected from our homes, schools, and places of work. Less waste needing to be sorted into various piles for onward processing, and therefore less waste being incinerated or recycled, not to mention a reduction in the amount of litter. There are dozens of refill applications that would mean lower EPR fees, from drinks to dried fruit, from sugar to shampoo. We believe that EPR will help motivate businesses to change the way they supply their products. We are proud to support the refill revolution.
Thank you to Paula and all of our policy panellists. That was a great session. I was watching that from behind the scenes, and absolutely loving it. I think some of my highlights or key takeaways was just that focus on us needing a shift away for investment into reuse, a shift in actually subsidising refill and reuse, and making sure the onus is on government and retailers and not so much on individuals, which I think is really important. A safe circular future, so safe and non-toxic products when we're switching into reuse. I was really pleased that Chris said that. And I think my favourite bit was hearing from Chris that all the energy, the recent UN plastic treaty negotiations, that the curveball in the room was all the energy for reuse. So I think that's brilliant. I think that shows us that things like World Refill Day are working and we need to keep up the pressure. So if you have just joined us, then a big welcome to the Global Reuse Summit here on World Refill Day. We've just been exploring the mammoth topic of global policy for refill and reuse. But fear not, if you missed that session and you want to watch it, all of these sessions today are being recorded and you can catch up another time at your leisure on the Global Reuse website. So on to our next theme. Now we're going to be looking at cities. With more than half of the global population living in cities, they are unsurprisingly home of much of the waste that we create. But at the same time, that means that they've got the potential to offer the solutions that we need. They're really uniquely positioned as places that we can test things out and implement new circular systems and production models and test them at scale. And it's definitely no coincidence that I called our organisation City to Sea, because it was really about connecting our actions to our oceans. And it happened one day when I was in Bristol and I literally saw islands of plastic floating out of Bristol, out to the Bristol Channel and out to sea. So that's where the name City to Sea was born. And with around 14 million tonnes of plastic still getting into our oceans every year, we really urgently do need to turn the tide. So here's a conversation I had recently about refill and reuse in cities. Welcome everybody. In this session, I'm speaking to three experts to find out more about the potential for creating change on a city level and what the future of our cities could look like. And sorry for the all-male panel. We did have a female speaker programme, but unfortunately today she's been unable to join us. So let's welcome our panellists. Thank you, all of you, for being here. Why don't each of you introduce yourself, tell me what your organisation's been doing specifically to support cities to tackle waste and scale reuse systems. Magash, shall we start with you?
Perfect. Thanks, Natalie, and thank you for the invite to be part of the panel. So I'm Magash Naidoo. I'm from an organization called ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability. I'm based in Bonn, and our ultimate mandate is to work on sustainability at city and subnational level, primarily for sustainable urban development, if I could use the catchphrase. And we work thematically on a few areas, one being circularity.
Fantastic. Thanks very much for being here today. Looking forward to gleaning your knowledge and wisdom across that later on. Matt, let's hear from you.
Hi, Natalie. It's great to be here. My name is Matt Littlejohn. I work for Oceana. We're a global ocean conservation advocacy organization, and our mission is to protect the world's oceans. And we do that by winning policy victories from cities, other local governments, and also national governments, as well as we have a corporate campaign function, which I lead as well too. And did I answer the question?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, specifically, I think you've done some work specifically around refill and reuse in cities as well.
Yes, exactly. And we operate. We're in 12 countries and we're some of the largest cities in the world. So we've been very successful in using those governments to actually push for change. So there's a lot of opportunity, I think.
Amazing. Thank you. Good to have you here. And last but not least, over to Jack.
Yeah, thank you so much for the invitation to join. My name is Jack McQuillan. I'm the head of local zero waste implementation at Zero Waste Europe. We're based in Brussels. We're an NGO pushing for a zero waste society. And what we do with municipalities here is we help them design and implement zero waste strategies. And what this means is that they sort of community-centred policies within a united framework to obviously help prevent waste and create systems that do that. And we have a Zero Waste City certification with nearly 500 municipalities throughout all of our work now that are committed to be zero waste, and these implement reuse, refill, and other sort of key prevention strategies, as well as, of course, looking at sustainable sort of treatment for residual waste, minimising that, and of course separate collection and recycling. And Zero Waste Europe is also part of Gaia, a global organisation with the European chapter, and there are zero waste cities in Asia and Africa and other regions as well. So I'll be touching on those during today's panel.
That's really exciting. Thank you, Jack, and thank you all of you. I'm looking forward to diving into the wisdom in the room. So let's start with Magash by looking at breaking down what we mean when we talk about cities. So when it comes to your work, who are the key stakeholders in cities that are involved, and how important do you think it is to influence at every level?
So very interesting question, Natalie. And I think there's some nuance to this answer depending on where you go in the world. Fundamentally, I mean, cities are a really complex piece of machinery, right? It's kind of the basic platform for life as we know it to exist, right? What I'm alluding to is all stakeholders are important when we talk about cities. Businesses are important, civil society is important, academia is important, and then multi-level governance is important. So one cannot pick and choose who the important stakeholders are. Holistically, all stakeholders are important. I think the nuance here is that depending on specific activity that you're undertaking, some stakeholders become a bit more important to deliver on some of these aspects. However, communication and trust needs to be kind of the underpinning. So even if some stakeholders are not actively involved in specific initiatives, there still needs to be this communication channels that is opened up to all stakeholders. So people are aware, they're bought into processes, and they take ownership of cities.
I guess we can add to that as nature being one of those stakeholders as well, of what we're all about here today. Thank you. Yeah, I can see that, certainly different people might have more different influence, and quite often as well who can help fund these transitions can tend to have a bit more power in those situations as well. Matt, with the work that you've done on cities, how big do you think the opportunity is? I mean, presumably, if we can get this bit right of people refilling and reusing in cities, it's going to solve a significant part of the puzzle and enable us to really drive the transition from single use to reuse. Tell us your thoughts on it.
Oh, sorry. You're right. It's a huge opportunity. Cities, are really the key to the solution to solving the waste problem that our oceans face and that our planet faces, because that's where people live and that's where the bulk of waste generation is happening. The good news is that's also where the reuse solution is strongest in many ways. Some of the biggest cities in the world are leaders in reuse because they've never gotten rid of it. So Mexico City, Buenos Aires, Rio, Sao Paulo, also Berlin and Manila all have very strong existing systems with reuse, mainly in the beverage sector. And it's a
Can I just say, did you say in the fabric sector?
In the beverage sector, in beverages.
Beverage, thank you.
So in beverages, yeah, it's the old system with how the world basically, got its drinks, which was we used to have a 100% reuse system until the 70s, 80s, and 90s. It's no longer extant in much of Europe and the US. So there tends to be a feeling that this is an old idea that, we can't do this anymore, blah, blah, blah. But in reality, it is not. It's continued on in these very large cities. A lot of companies have innovated there, cities have innovated, and there's actually very sophisticated, systems where they use, alternative energy to power these washing plants. They've used advances in reverse logistics, become very, very good at getting, the containers back. So this model exists and, can be expanded. There's an existing infrastructure to expand largely in big cities is where the heart of it is. And there's potential to do this everywhere else where you can actually kind of transfer the system. To me, like I work a lot in plastics, and one of the things you hear a lot in plastics is kind of this desire to find a magic material, right? A plastic that will somehow disappear when we throw it into a bin, like a recycling bin or trash bin, and then, come back to us magically. Like this material will solve our problems. But in reality, the solution to our problems is reverse logistics, which, if you think about it, is what's driven a lot of the economic growth in cities and elsewhere recently. We're very, very good at that. And these systems exist. They're not, unlike the magic plastic substance, which is more of a hope and an idea. This is a reality. And I think cities can really drive this change, both by enabling the businesses that can do this to do more of it, but also by driving policy change too, to encourage it as well. We did a study about a year or two ago, and we found that just a 10% increase in the use of what we call refillable bottles or reusable bottles can take as many as 7.6 billion bottles out of the ocean every year. Just 10%. That's a fluctuation that already happens in many of these markets. So anyway, it's super exciting. We love to see other big cities kind of follow the lead of these cities, mainly in the global South. One of the weird things is a lot of the kind of thought leadership is in the global North, but actually the innovation in this area is in the global South. So there tends to be sometimes kind of a blindness to what's happening, which is super exciting. So anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. That's a great statistic. And I think when I was researching this discussion as well, came across that. And I just think it's incredible. It's something like just by reusing 10% of our plastic products, we can prevent something like 50% of annual plastic.
By increasing the share by 10%, but yeah, it's not a lot. I mean, it varies. It already varies, with some of these markets by 5 or 10% annually anyway. And now the companies, we need to get them to actually get people to, want to buy it. It's historically been a low-cost product. It's existed because it's a cheaper way to get the product, because you don't have to buy the container once. And so it fluctuates with economic times. But so now the key is to get people to say, hey, this is great. I'd like to do this. It's pretty cool too, because, like a lot of plastic solutions are kind of, they're not cheap, right? This is actually an affordable way to solve the problem for reuse.
Yeah, and that's hopeful. I mean, those smaller numbers, we don't need everybody to convert to it. So but sometimes here in European cities, it can feel like we've got a long way to go. And certainly at London on lunchtimes, when I'm seeing bins overflowing, it's great to hear that other cities are still using those old sort of reverse logistics systems. Jack, what do you think around some of the challenges faced by cities around the world? Obviously, some are doing it, but if you could maybe provide a global perspective on what the challenges are to cities reintroducing those systems or actually developing those systems, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, of course. I think the first thing is to look at the macro level. So there's huge vested interests in terms of keeping the flow of plastics at the current levels. It's just the petrochemical industry saying they see losing profits in energy, people moving towards renewable energy sources rather than oil, and they see plastics as their cash cow. So that's important to know. But then for cities, it's a number of factors. I think what we lack is a kind of a level playing field for reuse. And this results in cities not having accessible or citizens not having accessible or affordable alternatives for reuse. In many circumstances, it's more expensive to buy fruit or vegetables that's not covered in plastic than the ones that are covered in plastic. And why is that? And the system, therefore, is built around not externalizing the costs of the environment. So that's really key. But then what we talk about here in Europe, and I think globally in particular, there needs to be a level playing field in terms of the harmonization of standards, what it is to be reused in terms of the kind of materials that are safe to use within a system. Is it a pooled system or is it a privatized system is really important. If you're talking about deposit returns, how much is the deposit, what materials? At the moment, it's very fragmented. There are some good practices, but they're happening sporadically, and there's no sort of legislative framework enacted. Sometimes in national level, but what we really need is at the European level here, but globally in other areas too. So I think that is really important. And one area that affects globally in particular is a lack of enforceable extended producer responsibility schemes. So companies like Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Nestle continue to put on single-use sachets, a common problem in many parts of Africa and Asia, and they face no fee, no cost for this in terms of the cleanup. This is all put on cities and therefore citizens through their waste fees. And so therefore, without EPR to sort of say, hey, polluter pays, you put this non-recyclable material on the market, you should pay for its cleanup and its treatment. Without that system in place, there's no real incentive to change, and therefore cities have to end. They're at the lowest point of this chain, and they're the ones who have to put up with the long-term impacts of this. So, I mean, there are some of the key core challenges that really prevent further systemic change happening in this area.
Thanks, Jack. So just reflecting back, it's sort of an access issue for a lot of people, of it being inclusive and affordable for them to make that transition. And that applies to businesses too, doesn't it? Of those entry points of businesses wanting to take on washing facilities or that sort of thing. And then you mentioned the all-important policy. So I think I'll come to you, Magash, next, because you recently were in Paris for the plastic treaty negotiations. So maybe you could talk to us a little bit about that and provide some context of how important getting these policies on a city level right is if we're going to create meaningful change.
So that's a rather complex question, Natalie. I would go so far as to say, I mean, if we're concerned about taxes, if we're concerned about pollution in our environments, there's no taking this away from the policy discussion, right? Because this is where it all starts. What I observed during INC2 in Paris last week was quite interesting. There's definitely the right intentions in the room in terms of trying to eliminate plastic waste. But unfortunately, there's no getting away from interest, vested interests. I think Matt mentioned earlier on, and Jack also alluded to it, about fossil fuels and business, right? I mean, economies cannot take a knock, and this then has a further knock-on impact in terms of just transition, jobs. It's a really complex space, and one has to approach these things very carefully so we're not resulting in negative unintended consequences. What we've seen thus far, though, is lots of mention of stakeholders broadly, and stakeholders are a wide category of organizations, and this includes academia, business, local governments, and so on and so forth. There's been minimal specific mention of cities and subnational governments, but my reading into the situation is that from the two very different positions that are emerging from this negotiation process, all of the interventions will come back to cities in one form or the other. As Jack mentioned, closest form of government to people and the problem. And this language is not currently in the discussions, but there is some hope because we're early on in the process. INC3 is taking place in Kenya. I think it's November 2023. And we're hoping that by this time, and by the time the zero draft comes out, there is some strong language that give consideration to the issues that cities have. So what are the negative social implications? Are we just going to have huge swathes of industry, closing down, and then what happens to this space? Really complex, but I'm hopeful that narrow economic interests can be put aside for eliminating plastic, not just pollution, but we know that there's also a lot of toxicity in plastic, and this we ultimately consume. So not just a plastics pollution, but also plastics pollution problem, but also a health problem as well. I just want to, maybe before we move on, Matt mentioned something very interesting about the economics, about reusable bottles and potentially saving this large quantity of single-use bottles from using one reusable bottle. And I fully agree. The economics work, the environmental benefits work, but what I'm seeing and noticing is that we need to really start taking holistic approaches to this, because if we don't start focusing on behavioral change, then whatever fantastic infrastructure solutions we provide, this is not going to be adopted.
Well, obviously, I'm delighted to hear you say that, Magash, because that's all about what we do at City to Sea and through the Refill campaign and days like World Refill Day. So, yeah, good to know we're all playing our part. So, Jack, in terms of examples from cities around the world, I can think of examples where cities maybe have a more visionary leader who's implemented some, they have a bit more power in certain different cities or setups. So maybe you could give us some examples of cities where it's really working and how they did it.
Definitely. So I think let's start with some immediate measures that cities have done. So we're looking at kind of bans or ordinances to install bans on single-use plastic items and other kind of taxes. And I think one of the best examples we have on taxes at the moment can be from Europe and the German city of Tübingen, which recently was took to court. First of all, they installed a tax on single-use plastic cutlery and packaging in local shops within the city. That was they were taken to court by the local McDonald's, and then they won that case saying that it was justifiably fair, and the deposits were the right size. So this is a key example of basically what a city can do within their immediate jurisdiction to install economic incentives to encourage reusable items. So that's one great example of Tübingen in Germany. Secondly, if you look at bans, there's San Fernando in the Philippines, and they introduced a plastic-free ordinance focusing immediately on single-use plastic bags, so for food, for markets. Then it sort of developed into a broader look at other single-use items that were the most common there. And the key thing about these best practices is it's not just sort of overnight. You don't install a kind of a change in legislation and then it changes. You need to do a transition. You need to support businesses. You need to engage citizens, as you mentioned there, and you take it on a phase-by-phase journey. And that's what both cities have showcased, which I think is really important. We talk about refill and reuse. There are some great examples of looking at specifically at public procurement and in public events. And so what can municipalities do directly to say, okay, here's what we will help install a reuse culture. And so you have examples from Ghentfest, the city of Ghent in Belgium, that has installed, they have a festival that sort of a two-week-long festival, over 1 million people attended, and they force businesses to use reusable cutlery, cups, and cutlery, and that sort of, has reduced waste, I think, by a huge amount, in terms of 30-40% in a couple of years, which is incredible. And then other examples from Hoi An in Vietnam, which is really interesting place because they basically introduced a single-use plastic ban, but via a multi-stakeholder approach. They went beyond just saying, okay, here's the ban created by legislators. They created it within the community and as part of a sort of broader zero-waste model. So there are 4 examples that I think try and highlight maybe 4 different approaches, all of the best practices. And it's about here, we have ideas and tools, but they have to be tailored in each local context to be successful. That's the most important thing that I'd recommend to any local official sort of listening to this.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. And in terms of is there a trend or a theme around where the funding can come from for these transitions? Because quite often you hear that for it to be a just transition, like you said, those businesses or certain communities need support. Have those examples generally been government funded, or have they been funded by plastic polluters? How's that worked?
Yes, so far it's been government funded, basically. So you're looking at existing public budgets, or they've taken, within European Union example, there is sort of more access to recovery funds that have to have a sustainable angle. So that is the major driver, but that's not sustainable. Cities shouldn't have to hugely change their budgets to introduce these policies. And of course, zero waste as a whole is cheaper because you have less waste to manage. But this is why we advocate and are trying to enforce the introduction of fully impactful EPR schemes, so there's more flow of finance to local authorities, and also we're helping connect sort of impact investors with local authorities who want to sort of fund outcomes and direct impacts. And I think there's a real shift there in terms of big investments who want to sort of maybe compromise a little bit on their returns, but know that they're putting towards a good sort of sustainable impact. So I think there's increasingly cities are looking for those opportunities as well. But so far, it's mostly come from public funding.
That's great, thanks. That's really helpful, and hopefully helpful for people listening from local government or in cities around the world. Matt, in terms of the big brands, like the role that brands like Coca-Cola need to play if we're going to truly turn the tap off when it comes to single use, what's that going to look like if they get it right and meet their targets, and how does that fit within the context of cities?
That's a great question. So Coke sells 1 out of every 5 beverages around the world. I mean, they're dominant. And the good news is that they have a very large existing refillable system. About 14% of everything they sell is currently largely in reusable bottles. They also have a small business where they do have some reusable cups for the fountain business, but that's more of a new area for them. They have a goal that they've adopted by 2030 to have go to 25% of everything they sell to be in reusable bottles. So this is many billions of bottles. The Coke system sells on the order of think more than 30 billion unit cases. Unit case are 24 8-ounce bottles as a historical metric the company uses all over the world. So this is a lot. This is a lot of bottles, right? They already sell a lot of bottles in reusable beverages containers, and they want to get up at 10%. We would ultimately like them to get towards 100%, but the initial battle is to make sure the company actually does this. Coke, unfortunately, has a history of not meeting its promises, so we're pushing on them to do so. And I think the good news is big brands like Coke, also Pepsi to a certain degree, and others, they do have the capacity to handle this, right, to do reverse logistics. And I think in cities are really the key, as I said before, because their biggest markets are in cities. Their most advanced operations are cities in Latin America and also in Southeast Asia and in the Philippines. I was just thinking, Magash, about what you were saying, and it's true. We need to, sell the idea of, Natalie, what you're pushing of people, using more reusables and, kind of moving to a reusable economy. One of the things we've realized is the key is to get the companies to do that, right? Because they're the ones who are good at selling stuff. So we're pushing the company to actually, market this and to grow this as part of their effort, which they are slowly doing, but we need all to put more pressure on them to actually do this, because right now, as I said before, it's mainly a low cost product. They haven't figured out how to sell it to other folks as well too. The other thing I'd say is that just to add, for this is a big job issue in cities, because if you move from a single-use economy, right, where everything is an externality, you just throw it away. It does create jobs, and important jobs in some cities for waste pickers that can go out and actually, make some money from collecting single-use plastic products. But it can be designed so that these individuals can make more money, and then also it can create other jobs in other cities as well too, because you create value, right? You have to get the bottles back, you have to wash them, you have to market them. There's a lot of economic potential for cities, and also just the global economy. I think that's right. There is money. There is private money. One of the things that's very frustrating to me personally, and a challenge for all of us, is that there are quote unquote financing, green financing in the form of green bonds. I don't know if you've all heard of these. FEMSA, the biggest bottler in the world, had almost $1 billion green bond. And they put all that money towards recycling and really, efforts to, kind of burnish their image rather than actually increase reuse. And it seems kind of, just sort of bananas to me, because, they could use this money to buy more trucks, right? More filling machines, instead they're using it to, help, do these sort of half measures in many cases in terms of trying to improve waste collection, for example, which doesn't seem to be working that well, given that only 9% of, everything, the waste produced today has been recycled. But yeah.
They've basically got a significant role to play, and there is some movement happening, but still a lot more that could be done, and they could definitely play a bigger role.
But we can push them. They can do this, right? And it's actually good for their business, right? This is good for these big brands' business to do this. That's one of the reasons why they have this goal. So we should hold them to it and push them to achieve it, and then get beyond it, which I think we think is very achievable.
No Coca-Cola on a dead planet. So for our last sort of quick fire question, really, in one sentence, and it can be a slightly longer sentence, but generally, if you could ask one thing of the mayors, of the city leaders and the policymakers of the world in respect of our cities, what would it be? Magash.
This is going to be a very long one sentence.
Go for it.
But essentially, I would ask for two things, not just one. Take bold action now. Look at the data. We're faced with monumental challenges. So the only way we rectify this is with really bold decisions. The second is, it's easy to focus and convince youngsters at a very early age in development about what's right and wrong and how to be sustainable. And this needs to be taken into account and be made core of many of our activities. And there's a saying, it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks.
Thank you. That's a great answer. Thanks, Magash. Jack?
Yeah, so generally I would say look at the trends. This is heading in that direction. Join us and get ahead of the game rather than sort of be late and be forced. Practically, I would say look at the economics of this. Understand and evaluate how much single-use plastic is costing the cities in terms of disposal, cleanup, and then look instead at the other economic incentives. Taxes, subsidies for reuse, all of these will help provide much more of a supportive framework to practically get you going on this journey towards, ultimately a circular zero-waste society.
Great. Thanks, Jack. Another great answer. Matt, over to you.
My message would be that reuse is an economic and political winner for the cities and the mayors, because people don't like throwing things away. And if you don't throw things away, instead you reuse them, you're going to create more jobs. You're going to have less costs for dealing with waste collection and waste issues. And you're going to have, happier voters and citizens in your city.
Nice, good, strong message to end on. So Magash, Jack, Matt, thank you so much for joining us for the Global Reuse Summit and for sharing your experience. And I know that people can find you on LinkedIn and look at the papers you've all written, the projects that you've all worked on, because there's a lot more that these guys have to offer than I could possibly have drawn out of them in 30 minutes. But I think really just the key takeaways at the end there are really strong, like action and bold action and education within our cities, looking at the data and the trends, and it being an economic and political winner. So for all of the city leaders, people involved in that who are out there, who are able to make the change, do it now. Thanks ever so much, everybody.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Floyd.
Welcome back to the Global Reuse Summit. I'm Natalie Fee. I hope you enjoyed that discussion. I know it was me again, but I enjoyed that discussion. I found it really insightful and great to see some of the examples of reuse evolving or re-evolving in cities around the world, as we heard. So we're now going to be taking a closer look at London, where we're streaming live from today. Could it be the global capital of refill, or is it already? I'm delighted to introduce you to our next guests with Lara Pohl-Martell and Nina De Certo. So Lara Pohl-Martell is a business advisor at London, which is a partnership of the Mayor of London and London's boroughs to improve waste and resource management in the capital and accelerate our transition to a low-carbon circular city. Nina De Certo is the Principal Policy and Programme Officer for Waste and Circular Economy at the Greater London Authority, or GLA, as lots of people know it. She's leading on the delivery of their plastic waste reduction programmes, which sounds like a very cool job. Welcome, both of you, to the Global Reuse Summit.
Thanks, Natalie.
So we've heard about the role cities can play in tackling the plastic crisis and reducing waste. Lara, maybe you could start by telling us a little bit about what's happening here in London.
Sure, yeah, so we're really seeing lots of innovative solutions emerging in the refill space in London. And I think what's really exciting about that is that when it comes to refill and reuse, there's really no one silver bullet to tackle that problem. And so what we see is that innovators take slightly different approaches to meet their respective contexts and target audiences. And just to give you a few examples, so for example, there are electric milk floats that bring packaging-free groceries to Londoners in their neighborhoods, which has the nice side effect that it also fosters a sense of community. Mm-hmm. But then we also see providers for cleaning facilities for reusable packaging so that reusables can stay in the loop as effective and efficient as possible. And we've worked with the London Borough of Islington and run a grant program for them for circular initiatives. And one of those initiatives helped provide office workers in London with reusable packaging for their lunches. And just one other example, last year we looked at the packaging-free grocery sector in London a bit more in detail. And what we found was that about 2/3 of Londoners are concerned about single-use packaging and its impact on the environment and want to change something about it. But then when looking at what people prioritize when they buy their groceries, only 10% actually focus on reducing single-use packaging. And so that's where innovators can come back in, because they can focus a bit more on the more prevalent needs that people have, like convenience or affordability, or they can focus more on this, what's currently a niche market of customers who focus on reducing single-use packaging.
Yeah, exciting. And we're actually going to be talking to some of them later on. Here we've got Club Zero, and we're going to be talking to again with their washing facility. So I think we can dive into that in another session as well. But a question that comes to mind for me is like, is London too big though for like to trial something? I mean, it's huge, isn't it? I wonder if there's like an ideal size city. Have you found that sort of how are projects doing generally? Do they find that they're focused in a particular borough?
I think that's one way to approach it. So, for example, the Islington case study that I alluded to, like that was a very localized project, and I think that can be a good way to kind of get an initiative started and then kind of scale from there.
Yeah.
But yeah, depending on what the innovator is doing, it can also be good to just kind of start with the whole city.
Yeah. And you can even borrow umbrellas, can't you? Borrow and return umbrellas is another way of having a circular system. So Nina, tackling waste from single-use plastic bottles and helping Londoners stay hydrated has been a really big focus for the Mayor of London. We've seen that over the years. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, certainly, Natalie. Yes, so tackling single-use plastic waste has been a big priority for the Mayor of London. In his London Environment Strategy, he really focused on he launched a program of work which was focused on reducing the impact of single-use plastics. And this program of work included a partnership with the Zoological Society of London and their One Less campaign to install 28 drinking fountains across the city. And in their first 2 years of operation, these fountains actually helped to avoid more than 733,000 half-litre single-use plastic water bottles.
Nice.
So already seen a good impact there. And following the success of that project, the Mayor actually entered into a further partnership with Thames Water, setting the ambition to install more than 100 drinking fountains across the city. And last summer, I was very excited to announce that we completed this program, and we now have another 110 drinking fountains installed across London, and across 23 of the London boroughs, I believe.
Yeah.
And the latest data actually that we have from Thames Water has shown that these fountains have already helped to avoid more than 5 million half-litre plastic water bottles, which is obviously like, yeah, a huge, quite significant impact to see already. So we're very pleased with that. And off the back of those programs, the Mayor actually worked with London schools, so installing 40 drinking fountains across London schools, again to sort of promote the plastic pollution problem and education for students and school pupils, and also promoting reusables in the school and increasing the number of water-only schools in the city. And then in addition to these drinking fountain programs, we have also been working with City to Sea, working with yourselves to help launch the refill campaign here in London, as you know, which is all about getting shops and businesses to offer free water refills to businesses. And I think, like reflecting on these initiatives, I really think that they can not only, they're not only helping to address the climate crisis, but I believe that they're also really good examples of the cost of living benefits associated with, living a more sustainable lifestyle, by carrying around your reusable water bottle and refilling for free. So, really pleased to be able to say that they all have come to fruition and have been completed now.
Yeah,
so,
it's really great to hear, and I think it's so important and just shows the impact of having a mayor that's passionate about the issue, and no doubt a great team working alongside him. But that's really great to hear that. So yeah, I mean, we've been working with the GLA now for I think over 5 years as part of the refill campaign. I know we've got over 4,000 places listed on our refill app now just in London. How do you think that's helped Londoners adopt a more reusable lifestyle?
Yeah, well, I agree with you, Natalie. I think the refill campaign is like a fantastic initiative. It's, raising awareness around the plastic pollution problem, but at the same time promoting a refill and reuse as the solution. It's not just, focus on the problem, but it's also like how can we solve this problem? And yeah, as you mentioned, we helped launch this program. I think it was back in 2018, and it just started with 200 businesses signed up to the initiative. Yeah. And over the last 5 years, we've been working with City to Sea to help grow this network of free refill stations across the capital. And as you said, I think, now there's over 4,000 or maybe even 5,000, I think, free refill stations across the city where you can go and refill. And over the years, this has also expanded into the free coffee cup refills, refillable takeaway containers, and plastic-free shopping, which is all helpfully mapped on your free refill app. Which
nice
is,
plug for us there.
Yeah,
I think
really
one
fantastic.
of my favourite moments was being in London and seeing the down on the tube station and the Transport for London and the announcement saying, if you're thirsty, download the refill app. There are hundreds of places to refill, within, wherever you are.
Yes.
So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So there's a short conversation this time. So just to move us on, in terms of looking towards the future we all want to create, Lara, what could London's consumption and waste look like 5 to 10 years from now?
So ideally, I would like to see all the pilots and the small initiatives that we have around refill and reuse right now, to have those really been scaled by then, and perhaps complemented by some policies that focus even more on waste reduction. So that hopefully we have really an established infrastructure for refill and reuse that encompasses all different types of products, and that's perhaps even more important, really accessible for all citizens of the city and really easy to use.
I like that vision. Nina, what about you?
Yeah, I think cities play a very important role in leading the way to make global change. And I believe cities like London with the refill initiative and the drinking fountain campaign are great examples of how we can showcase these initiatives and how they could potentially be delivered on a global scale, and promote them being delivered in other cities around the world. Yeah. And we can try and inspire and influence other cities that way by showcasing these types of initiatives.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and keep learning from the other cities that are still streets ahead of us in some some situations. Thank you so much. So just a quick fire one now then, just maybe one or two things you think really need to happen to get us to that future.
So if I can start, I think one thing that we see in our work is that collaboration is really one of the main keys to success. So among the different players that contribute to this vision. And ReLondon has actually launched the Circular Economy Matchmaker to help facilitate exactly that. So it's a platform that showcases all the great circular innovators that we have in the city and helps connect them with investors, with public sector organizations, and with other business partners, so that they can kind of work together and make the circular economy happen.
Amazing, thank you.
Yeah, and adding on what Lara's saying, I think effective sort of collaboration and collective effort is really needed, if we're ever to become, a zero waste city, which is, what the Mayor's ambition is for London. And so I think that we need, there's lots of actors at play here, from national government right through to local government, businesses and organisations, and then even down to an individual level as a contributor. So making small, everyday small changes, I believe, can have an impact.
Yeah, it sure can. Thank you so much for popping in. I'm sorry it was such a short conversation, but I think really important to highlight what's happening here in London. So Lara Pohl-Martell from ReLondon, thank you very much. Nina Ducerto from Greater London Authority, thanks for joining us today. So now we're going to hear from some change makers around the world about the important work that they're doing in our cities.
Hi, my name is Christy. I'm with the Reuse Seattle team, and I'm so excited to be talking to you today about Reuse Seattle. Reuse Seattle is an exciting public-private partnership led by the City of Seattle with a goal to create a standardized, citywide reusable food and beverage container system that's accessible, equitable, and convenient for all. Reuse Seattle went from visioning in 2021 to launch in 2022 and expansion this year in 2023. And we're now focused on removing barriers, motivating behavior change, and growing our impact. We have a central wash hub and 5 active reuse service providers generating leads and agreeing to adopt reuse standards. And we've activated over 20 sites ranging from concert venues and sports stadiums to cafes and schools. As for next steps, we're about to launch a new $225,000 incentive fund to help businesses swap single-use packaging with reusable and durable alternatives. We're really excited to be able to get out into the community and start helping businesses make the switch to reusables.
Hi everyone, my name is Kumala. I'm the CEO of Happy Circle Indonesia. Happy Circle delivers everyday products in reusable packaging, just like the system that is used for water gallon and LPG system in Indonesia that is still being used until now. Customers just have to buy the packaging once, and then for their next order, they just have to swap it. They can buy it online, pick up at stores, or deliver directly at their home, or buy at the nearby stores. We also give people incentive for reducing plastic with us by giving them points that can collect it and exchange with interesting gifts like home appliances and also traveling. Why do we want to do this? Cleanliness has been a local wisdom. It's part of our spirituality. And we want to keep that local wisdom so that future generations still practice it and become a better person eventually.
Hi, my name is Purav Desai and I'm the co-founder of Refillable. Refillable is a startup based out of Mumbai, India. We are eliminating single-use plastic packaging from everyday items such as hand wash, dishwash, floor cleaner, laundry liquid by refilling these products into customers' existing packaging. We do that by setting up mobile refill station that goes to consumers' doorstep and refills these products into their existing packaging. We do this to combine the convenience of online delivery with the environmental benefit of a refill station. Currently, we have 8 such mobile refill stations in 8 cities of India and have reached out to over 3,500 plus households. We also have a reuse center in Mumbai that enables the reuse of bulk packaging that is created by hospitals, hotels, corporates. We started off Refillable to ensure that there is less misinformation in the market and the due importance is given to reuse, which is the highest in the waste management hierarchy.
Welcome back, or if you are just joining us, then a very warm welcome to the very first Global Reuse Summit, brought to you live from London on World Refill Day. I'm Natalie Fee, I'm the founder of City to Sea. So a huge thanks to everyone, especially yourselves, tuning in and joining from wherever you are in the world, and particularly to our speakers who've joined us today so far. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, or you want to share the word or amplify what's happening today at the Global Reuse Summit on World Refill Day, we really encourage you to get involved on social media and share things using the hashtag Global Reuse Summit and the hashtag World Refill Day. Now we're moving into the business innovation section of the summit, and I'm also really looking forward to this section. I think some of the pilots that we've talked about early today, some of the key players in the refill and reuse movement are going to be in these next sections. So we'll be hearing from not just one, but 2 panels, as well as hearing from some excellent case studies of business innovation in practice. But first up, excitingly, we've got an exclusive session where you'll be the first to hear about insights from a research project that our team have been working on very hard at City to Sea to explore the potential of pre-filled returnable packaging systems to revolutionise reuse within the retail environment. Over to Jo and Livvy.
Hi, I'm Jo, the Head of Campaigns at City to Sea.
Hi, I'm Livvy, the Behaviour Change Expert at City to Sea.
So for the last year, we've been working with reuse supply chain specialist RE as part of a project which has been part funded by UKRI to disrupt the single-use paradigm and drive uptake of reuse systems. Today, Livvy and I are really excited to be able to share for the first time the insights and learnings from the research project we've been working on. At City to Sea, we've always applied behaviour change thinking to the way we approach our campaigns and work. We know that if we're going to create the systemic change we need to see, we have to be able to take consumers on that journey with us. Working in collaboration with researchers at Hitch, we've carried out what we believe to be the first large-scale piece of nationally representative consumer research, which is focused on the perceptions, the barriers, and the motivations when it comes to the adoption of pre-filled returnable packaging. Products in pre-filled returnable packaging are a relatively new alternative to the current self-refill or refill in store model, which, despite significant innovation and investment from brands and retailers, has so far been met with limited success and low uptake. Investing in the growth of pre-fill systems, we believe, has the potential to mitigate many of the pain points and barriers experienced by consumers when trialling refill systems, and if delivered effectively, could significantly reduce waste and support brands and retailers in meeting their waste reduction targets. Tesco's trial with Loop remains the largest UK pilot of pre-filled returnable packaging. However, low uptake meant that Tesco ended the partnership, identifying the need to encourage a cultural and behavioural shift from consumers. And this is exactly what our research and our ongoing work with RE sets out to do. Pre-fill has seen recent innovation in the home delivery sector, though, with pre-fill ranges available through retailers such as Able & Cole and Milk & More. Marks & Spencer's has also been working with RE to trial pre-fill in 6 of its UK stores. They've had some really, really positive results, which are highlighted in the final report. But without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Livvy, who's going to talk you through the research and what we learned.
Thanks, Jo. So in order to give clear recommendations to the brands, we conducted research on consumers and their understandings of pre-fill and their likely actions to take when they were going to purchase. Data was collected via a survey of 2,023 participants. The locations were across the country, but upweighted towards people where pre-fill trials had already happened. We used the COM-B model to consider people's physical and psychological capability. So this is their knowledge and ability to get to the stores. We looked at their motivation. So what would drive them? So their values or discounts and offers. And we considered the opportunity. So was it actually in their area and was it socially acceptable? Then when we were looking at the solutions, we used the EAST model. So is it easy, attractive, social, and timely? The research found 5 different audiences. 16% were early adopters, so these people are already reusing and have experience of pre-fill. They are more prepared to pay even if it costs more for pre-filled items. 25% were capable and preparing, so they're similar to the early adopters, but they haven't used refill stores or supermarket refill aisles, and they're less financially committed. But the biggest segment are the ready and contemplating. This 35% are super keen, and 94% of them will be willing to try pre-filled returnable packaging. But their challenge is they don't have the capability and opportunity because pre-fill isn't available in their area. The other 2 segments, need convincing and disengaged, we've recommended that people don't focus on at this point.
Ultimately, we learned that consumers want solutions that are easy, affordable, and fit with how they currently shop. We also learned that they're looking for solutions that offer them the flexibility to return packaging to convenient locations, both in-store and online across multiple retailers. We're now going to dive into the 4 key behaviours we researched, making some clear recommendations for how brands and retailers can maximise their offer to facilitate the uptake of pre-filled systems.
So first off, we got the awareness phase. And what we learned was that 35% of people are aware of pre-fill. So there's lots of work to do. So thinking about the EAST model, we need to make it easy by making the items more available in many more stores. We need to make it attractive by exposing people to the words, the images, because the more people see something, the more they will like it. And this is known as the mere exposure effect. We've then got the driving trial phase, and the research showed that environmental and altruistic factors were the real significant motivators. The top 3 being people wanted to reduce their waste, reduce their use of single use, and they would give something a go if it was good for the environment. This means that we need to make it easy by using existing products and brands in that refillable packaging. We want to make it attractive with salient point of sale, so something that maybe is handwritten or digital so it stands out in a supermarket. And we want to make it timely, so it's in the locations where people are already going to shop for their refillable items or their usual single-use items. In terms of the returning the packaging phase, people openly admitted, a third of them, that they would probably forget, but they were really open to reminders such as emails, apps, and something in their house. So we're recommending that we look at what are supermarkets already doing in this space so we could tap into some of those systems. And in terms of returning the packaging and making it easy, attractive, we want to do things that tap into the motivations of people. So if people really want to make a difference, how can we say thank you so they feel good about what they've done? How can we make it social so they know that other people have returned those items? Maybe a counter with the number of people that have recently returned their items. And those for repeat purchases, people were interested in discounts, reward systems. And so thinking about these, we would really need to test them to see what actually works when people go to a supermarket. And again, when we're thinking about this East model, we want to think, what are people already doing in their shopping behaviours? And how do we use trusted messengers like those brands and supermarkets so they normalise these pre-filling behaviours over time rather than just when it launches?
We know that successfully implementing reuse systems is only going to be solved through innovation, cross-industry collaboration, and increased efficiency to unlock economies of scale. Based on the insights from our research, we recommend that brands and retailers start by targeting the 3 core consumer groups outlined in our research, increasing product and brand availability. This is really key and something Livvy touched on. Also striving for price parity and keeping deposits manageable, incentivizing first-time trial, and also packaging return with discounts and rewards, making the return process as frictionless as possible and including multiple options for drop-off. Also introducing return reminders and keeping them as simple as possible, highlighting and celebrating the benefits, and also targeting these to specific customer segments. All of these recommendations and more are included in the final report, which you can download on the City2C website. We hope that this session has given you confidence that listening to consumer voices, adopting behaviour change theories, and learning from cross-industry collaboration can all help to unlock the potential for pre-filled returnable packaging. Our research doesn't stop here. We're going to continue to unpick the barriers and look for solutions that will maximise uptake and return rates, working with brands and retailers to test and optimise the systems as they're trialled. If you'd like to find out more, head over to the City2C website where you can access and download the full report today. And we'd also love to hear from you if this is an area your business is working on. So please feel free to reach out to myself or the team. Thanks so much for listening and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Hello everyone, my name's Jane Martin and I'm Head of Development at City2C, and now it's time for some supermarket speak. So in the previous session, you've heard from some of my colleagues about how important the consumer journey is for refill and reuse. And now we're going to broaden out that discussion and talk about the environment more broadly. And I think everyone here would agree that there's a massive opportunity for refill and reuse in supermarkets, but it's been a tough nut to crack. But I'm happy to have an expert panel with me today to discuss how we can meet that latent consumer demand for refill and reuse and change the way people shop for good. So first of all, I'm just going to run around the panel and ask you to introduce yourselves to the audience. So start with you, Helen.
Hi, I'm Helen Clements from Unpackaged Systems, running the Refill Coalition.
Yes, hi, I'm Jolanda de Rooij, working for Unilever as a global sustainability manager responsible for circular economy.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stuart Chidley. I'm co-founder of Re and Beauty Kitchen.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for being here today. First off, I just wanted in a few minutes to have you introduce the kinds of work you're doing and your strategies to scale up refill and reuse. Let's start with you, Helen.
Brilliant. Well, the Refill Coalition is a large multi-retailer, multi-site trial that we're doing in the UK. that will be in store and online in late summer. And I've actually bought a prop, and basically what our aim is to help refill become something that's accessible basically in all stores nationally as quickly as possible. The big issue about bulk goods and buying things in refill is that the system required can't scale. You know, it works in a zero waste store, but in terms of large tier 1 retailers, it's far too costly. There's far too much colleague involvement. Things need to be washed. Things need to be filled. This rather magnificent and slightly ugly vessel is actually one of our first production vessels off the line, and this will replace a huge amount of single-use packaging from manufacturer all the way through the supply chain into the stores and providing dry pantry goods and liquids, and then it reverses back out, and these are designed to be reused 60 or more times. So we just sort of wipe out a load of single-use packaging in one fell swoop. So that's what we're working on at the moment.
Brilliant. It's a thing of beauty. What's happening at Unilever?
Yeah, so Unilever is a global consumer goods company. We're active in more than 190 countries, and yeah, our brands like Knorr, Oma, Omo and Magnum are used by 3.4 billion consumers every day, so we have a large impact. Our purpose is to make sustainable living commonplace, and for which we have set multiple commitments. I think the most relevant ones today are our commitments on a waste-free world, where we have set targets on increasing PCR, so post-consumer recycled resin in our products, so a 25% commitment by 2025. We've set a target on 100% recyclable, reusable and compostable plastic packaging. We've also have the collect and process target, where we are looking to collect and process more than we sell globally. And finally, we have the target of a minus 50% virgin plastic reduction with an absolute reduction of 100,000 tons. And here, indeed, reuse is an important lever to reach that target, because, of course, by doing reuse, we can decrease the amount of virgin plastics we use.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Stuart?
Perfect. So, yeah, as I said, I'm Stuart from Beauty Kitchen and Re. I guess the Beauty Kitchen part is an important part, so we created Beauty Kitchen to demonstrate how you can make products that are more good. So one of the highest rated B Corps in the world, highest ranked cradle to cradle product in the world in beauty. And we switched into reusable packaging in 2019 to prove it was possible, because everyone said that's too hard, it's not viable. And out of that has come Re as an enabler for other brands, retailers, stakeholders to accelerate their transition to reuse. So what we're doing is working with multiple brands, retailers, stakeholders to enable them. We'll do all of the things that nobody else wants to do to prove how you do it, design the system and overcome a lot of the system barriers, or as we prefer to call them, excuses of why we can't transition to refill and reuse in store. And we believe that there's a blend of refill in store, but also a pre-fill model where the consumer buys a product off the shelf that is pre-filled and returns their empty to store for it to be professionally washed and refilled, much like the large container, because we think that's a low friction way, but obviously some items are better for refill in store.
Brilliant. Thank you for all the work that you're all doing. And the supermarket environment is highly complex and very competitive. And I wanted to get your thoughts, each of you, on how reusable packaging can start to compete with single use. So should we start with you again?
Yeah, I think it's important to say there isn't a single solution. I think we're all going to be doing bits, and so long as they all work together in some way, there isn't a golden bullet. You know, there's going to be a number of items. The interesting thing is that for retailers, the biggest objection we've always had is about consumers, and will they want to refill or will they want to bring stuff back to the supermarket? And we know that 70% of consumers would try refill and would use it if it was available in their own store. So actually, it's not really about whether consumers want to, it's whether they can. And that's why doing things that can turn it into a scalable, doesn't add extra cost, and in fact can reduce costs to the retailers and the end-to-end supply chain are really important. And those are the kind of things we need to think about. But it has to be This is about system thinking and system-wide approach. You've got to think about a standardised supply chain. You've got to think about end-to-end benefits. You've got to work in collaboration across the supply chain. And you have to have a creative approach to things like branding. And all of those things have to be done. It's not that they're necessarily individually hard. It's just that you have to line them all up together to occur at the same time, and then you can get to really good solutions. So it's all about collaboration. Not something everyone's particularly brilliant at, but they're getting much better.
Thank you. And as a brand owner, tell us how you feel about the sort of competitiveness of the marketplace and how you can promote.
Sure, I think at this time it's indeed really hard because we're all sort of baked in this linear make, take, dispose economy, and it's hard to change consumer behavior, even though we know reuse has existed in the past. We've all done it, but it's, now we're really accustomed to the way we shop today. Affordability and convenience is key for consumers. Sustainability alone, we see, it does not do the trick. It needs to be affordable as well to consumers. But to make it affordable, we'll need scale. We'll need to have, like you said, infrastructure available. The reverse logistics needs to be in place. Washing standards or washing should be in place if we look at the return models. So this is something that still needs to be developed. And like you said again, I think to reach this scale, we need this cross-industry collaboration with our peers, but also across the value chain with retailers, and all working together to reach this level of scale. And finally, we need investment in this space. So that's why I think also supportive policy is really important, because you see that investment tends to follow policy. So if we get a supportive policy that is promoting reuse, I think that would definitely help in this competitive environment we're in right now.
Great. And Stuart, so we've had availability, affordability, investment policy. Anything to add?
So as you know, we like to be a little bit controversial sometimes. So I think biggest barrier to competing with single use is the desire. So the status quo is extraordinarily profitable and it creates waste. Changing the status quo is really hard. It's systemic change. And where is the incentive? And it's not a case that we can design the perfect system and next week we are there. This is a 5, 10, 15 year commitment to competing with single use and accelerating that transition. And quite often perfection gets in the way of progress because the excuses of the customer won't do it is the perfection. The customer will do it, as Helen says about availability, but until we start on that journey, you don't change every customer. You can't get every customer into reuse on day one. There's already lots of customers doing it, but they're doing it in a store that is specifically zero waste, and we need to make sure that we ensure we support those stores. But how do we expand it beyond that? But it's desire, it's the collaboration, because we can innovate to do anything. But do we really want to do it when the easy option is to lightweight the packaging, make it more recyclable? That doesn't solve the problem, but that hits a short-term target and keeps the cost down.
Short-term, long-term thinking.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Helen, you talked about collaboration, and clearly this is a really interesting system. Could you talk us through the supply chain, the major players involved, and what difficult decisions and trade-offs are people making in the space?
So what you have to remember is we have had to design something that works for many stakeholders. It has to work for manufacturers and be easy to fill. It has to be optimized for every type of logistic, whether it's sitting on a pallet, whether that's a UK pallet or a European pallet or a global pallet. It has to work in roll cages. It has to meet all the lifting requirements and weight requirements. Retailers, it has to be fast for them to use and move. So we've had to redesign the system and how it reloads and how it makes it easy and almost as, if not faster, for colleagues to do than the equivalent amount of single-use items. We've had to think then about the extra bits, which is the washing and the servicing and making sure that these are good and ready to go again. And all of that, everybody starts from a position of what they want. And we have to kind of make them see the system as a whole and go, well, you might want that, you may not want a handle, but then people will have struggled to move it. You know, we have to literally visualize and bring to life why certain elements have to be included for different parts of the system and get everyone to kind of see that, agree it. So all of that, getting people to see it as a whole system and getting them to compromise is one of the biggest sort of, you know, challenges that you have to kind of get through. Once you've done that, you know, the benefits of collaboration are that, you know, individual trials cost a lot of money. This way people share risk, they share resource, and more importantly, you know, we've always said we're aiming for an open standard, standardized packaging that everyone can use. Because then when you get to that point, the market can grow, there can be many providers. You can't go into this with a kind of viewpoint of being a single provider who vertically integrates the whole system and says they will own it all. Oh, and then there's some data to have as well. That isn't going to work. If you want this to be in every retailer as quickly as possible and replace as much as possible, we need a marketplace, and that means many providers coming in. So getting people to understand that has been really interesting, I would say. But you know, people do get it now. It's not you know, it's not difficult. It just takes time.
Well, thanks for having those conversations. And jumping to Stuart now, talk us a little bit through the barriers that you're coming up against and how you're overcoming them.
Yeah, so the barriers are, everyone thinks their barriers are unique. They're not. They're pretty much common. Everyone quotes the same things of how do you wash it, how do you get it back, how do you have reusable packaging that's designed for reuse, can the consumer return it, how do they get rewards, will the consumer even buy it, how do you remove the first deposit barrier, or how do you ensure it's commercially viable. All of those things are kind of tactical things. They're things that are easy to solve, as Helen said, that all of those things can be designed. The real barrier, forgetting the excuses that hide the barrier, is the organisational stuff. There are people like Jolanda and lots of other stakeholders within the industry, sustainability managers. There are individuals, and when we work for an organisation, we're all consumers as well. We know it's the right thing to do, but it's really hard to get your organisation to move to do something that doesn't deliver short-term shareholder value, doesn't deliver the profit target and people's bonus for this year, and it's systemic change. It changes every part of an organisation. It changes your purchasing department, your filling lines. There's so many things. And you know, we've had conversations with people. There's a lot of people walking around with bruises on their foreheads from banging their head against the brick wall within their organisation. And it's not that the individuals in the organisation don't agree, it's that they can't move on it because it's a systemic change and it requires a huge change across the business over 10 years, 15 years. This isn't about this year. And I think that's where we're finding that pilots and collaboration and designing things together, it's not that everything needs to become standardized overnight, but we've all got to have that aligned long-term vision so that organizations have got the shared risk, and they might do things that are slightly in isolation. There's a pilot over here and a pilot over there, but they're additive, and that's the shared risk because we're all pushing in the same direction.
Thank you. And Jolanda, from your perspective, hopefully you don't have a bruise on your forehead. I'd love to hear, like, from examples from your trials. Like, what are you seeing that's working out there from your global perspective as well? And also, where do you see investment and innovation coming down the track?
Yeah, so to date, Unilever has done over 50 reuse pilots across the different models. So return on the go, return from home, refill on the go, refill from home. And I think we've done a test and learn approach, so that we've done those many pilots. We then gather those learnings, we review those learnings to really identify which models are scalable and are the right ones. I think we found today that the refill at home models are our most successful ones. Like we have a Omo dilute at home, where indeed we're creating those smaller packs. So for Omo in this case it was a 75% reduction in plastic usage, which you refill then the bigger 3-liter bottles. So you're no longer selling the individual 3-liter bottles, you refill them, you have consumers refill them at home. A similar example is a Dove body wash, which was also, again, you, as a consumer, you have a keeper pack, you then buy the refill pack and you dilute it with water, so you still have that Dove body wash. And another example, a Dove deodorant. So we have many examples there where we've seen we can successfully scale it. We have pilots on refill on the go, still ongoing, like for example in Japan with our Dove and Lux brands, but also in Chile with Walmart and Algrama, where we are then working together to again make these type of reuse models scale. Another one, which is actually here in the UK, was the return model that we tested with ASDA, which is also a really nice example of how a return model could work, and it's something we think we should really explore further, because we think here really there is the potential to scale that specific model. So what we're doing right now is we're working, because of course you can imagine Unilever has this broad business of ice cream, nutrition, beauty and well-being, personal care and home care. So what we found primarily from our learning is that there's no one size fits all. So for each category and actually also for each market, we require a different type of model. Different models will probably work best. So what we want to do now is indeed work with these our business groups to develop these tailored reuse strategies and move away from the more isolated single pilots and really go to like bigger pilots in, let's say, identified key cells where we think in this particular country we can scale these models, and then go into these industry pilots. And actually, currently we are having initial information with REP, and actually Ray is involved as well, to see if this is something we could do in the UK on a broader level of scale instead of doing isolated pilots.
Amazing, thank you. And just looking to who's maybe leading the way sort of internationally, are there particular territories that you think are moving the fastest, where you're focusing your resources?
Yeah, so as I said, so dilute at home, these models is something, it's not, let's say, like what you would call a pure reuse model, but it's something, let's say, that is a step on the way. And I think I like your comment on progress is better than perfect, so that at least we can make these steps. But I think, especially then what I mentioned in the UK, I think the return models is really something that is scalable if we indeed work together and work on, for example, a standardized design, or working on setting up this reverse logistics. I would say that is one of the areas we are looking into right now to see what we can do.
Thank you, that sounds significant. So I want you to imagine a future in 5 years' time or 10 years' time, because today is all about reimagining the future. And I'd love to hear from you, what does the supermarket of the future look like for you? And feel free to go big. Helen, shall I start with you?
So in my head, we absolutely need to move to a supermarket that has a minimum of 30% of it being some form of refill and reuse. And that might be a mix of things, and different products, require, some may be pre-filled, some may be refilled, it's different formats, but 30% of it. And if you think about that, that's a massive change to actually the body of the supermarket. And there would need to be a massive change to the not seen part of the supermarket as well. Because as you say, when you've got a pre-fill model, where are these things being collected? How do we do that most efficiently? How can we make sure that we're not kind of creating inefficiencies in the system and forcing, more miles because people are being collected from home when they could be collected from the supermarket. So it's all about kind of thinking about it as a large-scale change to format, but in the existing size of boxes, I think. And that, I think, if we aim for that 30%, that's where I think we should be.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so for me, if indeed I dream big, for me it's really that reuse is like the future category norm, that there is like that dedicated reuse zones in supermarket where you can then buy your reuse products. For me, it would also be great if the different reuse models are all in place, so that the consumer can go to a shop, they can buy like a pre-filled bottle there, they take it home, and they can either return it on the curbside, like there are collections on the street where they can pick it up, or they can return it back to the shop where there's then a dedicated space where you can return your bottles and they get washed and get back into the circular economy. And I think the other thing, I would also love to see that there's a lot of communication around reuse, that we remind consumers on why it's important, that there's like advertising and that we create this awareness of the importance of reusing.
Yeah, great to have that awareness out there. Stuart, what does a dream future supermarket feel like for you?
The supermarket probably doesn't feel a huge amount different to today. It's a big warehouse where people go and there's stocks of products and you go and get them. Yes, you might be refilling some in store and others will be in reusable packaging. And I think the key is all of the stuff around it. So really the vision is, how do we have a reuse marketing board where we collaborate, like the old milk marketing board, the 5-a-day marketing board, where we're actually one message to consumers to help consumer behaviour change, that benefits all of the people that are in the system, and that includes the zero waste store. This isn't just about supermarkets, this is about everybody and democratising it. But also this buy anywhere, return anywhere approach, and the fact that it shouldn't matter which supermarket you go to or whether you go for a coffee, whether you've bought beer or whether you've bought laundry liquid. It should feel the same, and you should be able to interact and interchange between brands, between retailers, between categories. That's really important. And I think the curbside collection is ultimately where this all ends up. But in the transition, there's got to be some return to store.
Brilliant, thank you. And so my last question is, for us to get to that place, could you share with us the one thing you think will unlock that scale, the one thing, your dream thing to change to get to that vision? Stuart, let's start with you.
So somebody asked me the other week what my greatest fear and what my greatest hope is for the future, and it's the same thing. It's the power of the humankind to do stuff, right? We can do whatever we want. My question is, what are we going to decide to do? Right. And we can decide to maintain the status quo, or we can vote for systemic change.
Thank you. Jolanda.
Yeah, for me, if I have to say it in one word, it would be the cross-value chain collaboration. That we work together, because this is not something that a brand company can do on its own. We need, like both of you mentioned, we need a system change. So it needs to be done in collaboration with, let's say, the entire value chain.
Brilliant. And yes, Helen, what's your
Well, the obvious one is join our coalition. Obviously, we're keen for more retailers and more brands and owners come on board. But I think key is because, you know, we're trying to ultimately, as you both said, the collaboration is key. Also, the sort of where the money sits in the system is also key. And what we need is probably more government help and more kind of federal help and cross-European help to unlock that, because you need supportive policy and you need regulation and a really clear roadmap, because you can move to roadside collection and curbside collection, but only if the money flow has changed from what it is currently. You know, some things will be much cheaper for people to do. It's cheaper for brands to enter a system like this. They're not having to produce packaging. But then equally, you have to make sure that where's the cost of the collection of the packaging coming from? Should the brands be contributing? So all of that, and that works on every level. So that redistribution of the finances around what we do to achieve the future is probably something that needs to come with a much more kind of government or European level of legislation and regulation to help us achieve that.
Brilliant. And if people were looking to experience the coalition, what stores would they be going into? And perhaps a chance for you just to mention where consumers watching today could find your products and experience them.
The coalition will be live late summer in Aldi and Ocado, and then with some other retailers hopefully joining soon after that.
Brilliant.
So that's where they'll find us.
And
cool. And you can already experience the pilots with Marks and Spencer's in home care, so 8 products in 6 home care stores, Stevenage, Bluewater, London Colney, and a few others. And obviously you can also buy Beauty Kitchen products online that are all in reusable packaging, and we pay for the free post to send it back. How stupid is that?
And I think we know where we can find Unilever products, but
Yes.
Very broadly. So thank you, but thank you all of you. It's been a really, really fascinating discussion today. Great conversations. And obviously we've been focusing on the retail space, particularly in the UK, although we've had some insights from across the globe. But we're really, really interested to find out what's happening wherever you are. So please do reach out to City to See, my colleagues. We'd love to hear from you. And also, please also join the conversation using our hashtag Global Reuse Summit. Now, coming up are some case studies of lots of other interesting things that are happening in the space. So please do stay tuned, and thanks for joining this session.
Hi, my name is Patrick and I'm the CEO of Milk & More. We are the country's leading online milk and grocery service, delivering a curated range of products straight to your door in the most sustainable way possible. We want to make refill as mainstream as possible, and that is why we believe in collaborating with other brands to support them and to move away from single-use and transition to refillable packaging. We also want to make it as easy as possible for customers, and that's why we offer free deliveries and collection up to 3 times a week. As of this week, Milk & More have just extended our refillable range to include many new products. This is across our range of yogurt, soft drink, juices, flavored milk and household products, and there's a lot more exciting developments in the pipeline. So watch this space. Going forward, our 2 areas of focus remain educating customers on the benefit of refill and collaborating within the industry, both key to us achieving our ambition of becoming the home of refill.
In a circular economy, upstream innovation is about tracing a problem back to its root cause and tackling it there. It means that instead of working out how to deal with the pile of waste, we prevent it from being created in the first place. Reuse presents a key opportunity to cut out plastic pollution with lowered emissions and decreased pressure on our natural resources. The Ellen MacArthur Foundation's Upstream Innovation Guide showcases inspiring examples of reuse from around the world. The guide's interactive online library facilitates easy filtering through case studies by geography, by product type, and business and environmental benefits. Explore the Upstream Innovation Guide's live library on our website to get more inspiration for moving reuse into practice.
Hi, I'm Tom and I work for Ecover. Ecover is a producer of washing and cleaning products which have been designed to minimize their impact on the environment. And since 1989, Ecover has been encouraging people to refill their bottle. Recycling is great, yes, but why should we melt a bottle to form a new bottle if we already have a bottle? So that's why we launched our Revolution to actively shift people from buying our products in individual packaging to buying them through refills and concentrated products, both in-store as at home. Being at the forefront of the refill movement, Ecover has been developing new innovative refill solutions to scale. One that's specifically designed for smaller stores like health food trade or zero waste shops, and one that's ready to address all challenges that come with an in-store refill in a supermarket environment. With all the learnings we took from our experience, we strongly believe the solutions to start scaling refill are out there. Technology is now reliable, it's mess-free, the business case is there, and consumers are asking for it. It's up to the brands and retailers to make it happen. But we have to acknowledge that we can't change it alone. Through collaboration, we can help to break that endless cycle of wasteful convenience and innovate together to make refill more attractive than single use. So welcome to our Revolution. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name's Sam. I'm Head of Technology in Ambient and I have the pleasure of looking after M&S Refilled. Since launching in May 2022, we've launched a range of 8 household cleaning and laundry products to our customers. We've launched in 6 stores and we've seen real positive customer appetite for the scheme. And we prepared this short video to tell you a bit about what we're doing, our plans for the future, and share some of our key learnings. The customer journey is really simple. The customer buys the pre-filled bottle as normal, and the initial price includes a deposit towards the cost of the packaging. When customers have used their product, they return their empty bottles back to store at one of our in-store smart return points or using the new web-based app. At this point, they receive a voucher for their initial deposit towards their next purchase of the M&S Refilled Home Care range. 46% of customers who have returned a bottle to us have done so more than once, showing a high level of customer engagement in the scheme. So what is the future of circular packaging? Well, for me, it's about selling the benefits to customers so that they're highly engaged in the benefits of a circular system over recycling. With that then, we can then help this become the mainstream so that customers can have beautiful, functional packaging that they want to have in their homes and use every single day.
Thank you so much to Jane there for that excellent session. I really enjoyed listening to that one, and it's really good to hear about some of the examples of refill and reuse on the shelves at the moment, as well as some of the barriers. But yeah, it's good. It's good that it's happening. If you've just joined us, welcome to the Global Reuse Summit, happening today on World Refill Day. If you want to join in the conversation online, you know the drill. It's hashtag Global Reuse Summit or hashtag World Refill Day. We'd love to hear your comments and thoughts. Maybe you want to be here next year, joining us on the sofa. There you go, I've just preempted it, that it's happening again. I don't know if it is. Hopefully it will. So now we're moving on to a question that we've been working on at City to See for several years. How can we make food to go good to go? Waste from the on-the-go sector, so that's things like takeaway coffee cups and takeaway lunch waste, appears consistently in the top 3 items littering our beaches. And if you've ever walked around any city, especially London, on a lunch break, you'll see those bins overflowing with waste from people having their lunch on the go. So our advocacy work at City to See, alongside other dedicated NGOs in the sector, applying pressure to policymakers, does appear to be working, with things like deposit return schemes being discussed, extended producer responsibility, I've said that enough times today, coming in, and selected single-use plastic items finally being banned, so things like cutlery and polystyrene cups. So it does feel like the sun is starting to peep over the horizon, but just very slowly. With me today to discuss the challenges and opportunities on the food-to-go sector are Matt Kennedy, founder and CEO of Again, Jim Pizer, founder of Charlie Cafes and consultant on City to See's Refill Return Cup. And hopefully, within the next few minutes, we will have Safia Qureshi on the sofa as well. She's been held up, so hoping that she can join us. So if we have a guest just come in at the last minute, that's why. So we'll start with you two. Fantastic that you're here. Welcome.
Great to be here.
Thank you. So you're all working in the on-the-go sector. So let's start by you telling me a little bit about your work in the sector and how you're addressing the vast amount of waste that's being created in the takeaway food and drink sector. Let's start with you, Matt.
Yeah, amazing. So Again is a London-based technology startup that is really focused on reducing the cost and increasing the scalability of reusable packaging. The way that we do that is that we build and run all of the back-end infrastructure, the supply chain infrastructure, so things like sourcing facilities, washing facilities, that are fundamental to scaling up the reusable packaging movement. So we actually work in a number of different industries and sectors. We work with retailers, waste management companies, logistics companies, all to collect reusable packaging. And then we work in the beverage and on takeaway on the go to enable that packaging to be reused through the clean cell. So yeah, we're actually announcing on the retail side our expansion with Milk & More today. So
Yay!
Yeah, we're powering the reuse of about 2.4 million bottles every year through one of our clean cells.
That's very cool.
Big movement there on the retail side.
I heard earlier that we need to move towards 360 million a year of things being washed and returned.
Great, yeah, bring them on.
That's a good challenge.
Yeah, exactly. And earlier this year, we were working with Uber Eats as well on the takeaway side. So really testing and learning in different spaces to figure out where is the space that's best suited for scale within
Brilliant.
reuse?
So it's definitely more than a giant dishwasher, isn't it?
Definitely more than a giant dishwasher. Yeah, the reason that we focused on the giant dishwasher is because we think it's the nexus within the supply chain. So it means that on one side, we can power people to collect packaging really effectively. Then on the other side, we can get it back to people that want to refill it.
Yeah.
So we think it's a really central position to connect the supply chain.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, I have actually been in said giant dishwasher, but good to hear about all the other stuff that goes, goes around that. Jim, tell us about your work.
So I've been working with the amazing team at City to Sea, as you know, on Bristol's refill return cup scheme. So the refill return scheme is basically a digital borrow return platform that facilitates reuse. And because it's a digital solution, we can track the cups around the system and ensure we collect the impact data to prove that it has an environmental positive impact. I think from refill returns point of view, we're very much focused on the consumer, the end user, and building a movement within Bristol to prove that a citywide solution is feasible.
Yeah. And that's actually launching today, isn't it? Down
and
in
it's
Bristol,
launching today, which a few hours ago.
Cup.
I know.
So you've come up from Bristol.
I know. It's been a real rushed morning,
it up
but
here.
it went really well. Great feedback. Yeah.
Great. And it's very much been about, I mean, I've sort of haven't been directly involved in the project, but have seen it all evolving. And very much sort of involved in looking at the behaviour change and the messaging around what's going to shift the habits, but, you know, and what's going to make someone look at that cup and really understand that that's to be reused.
Yeah, we've got to start by proving consumer demand, because if the demand isn't there, trade is not going to adopt these schemes.
Yeah. Brill. So, Matt, back to you. You've done a lot of work around the cost of single-use packaging. So how do the reuse systems compare with single-use when it comes to price?
Yeah, so typically not well. So when you look at the cost of single-use packaging over time, it's actually really interesting. You go back 50 years, single-use packaging was actually a lot more expensive than it has become over the last, certainly like 5 years ago. And just as more and more scale has got into single-use packaging, it's become almost impossibly cheap, right, to just manufacture more and more packaging. But what we're starting to see, certainly over the last 12 to 24 months, is an increasing of taxation on the producers, but also the rising cost of commodities. So things like plastics, glass, are just becoming more and more expensive. So glass was going up 26% year on year and has done for the last 10 years, right?
That's quite steep.
Yeah, it's quite steep. And so the things that were once cheap are no longer so cheap. But when we look at the reusable packaging market, it's typically even more expensive to reuse an item of packaging than it is for single use. What I want to say is that it is possible for reuse to actually undercut the single-use packaging price. So for instance, with our Milk and More integration, where we're using all of their existing delivery fleet, we're actually price parity with the single-use alternative for all of their brands.
Wow.
And that for us is really the critical thing, is like if you add more vehicles on the road, we will not be able to hit our emissions goals, but also our economic goals of competing with the single-use status quo. So we're always looking for opportunities to utilize like existing fleets, whether it's like delivery vehicles or waste management companies or like Amazon delivery drivers. Or like people that are there anyway have to be the people to pick it up.
And that's very much been a theme that's emerging throughout the day, is that need for collaboration across sector.
Yeah.
And that's such a perfect example of how, you know, we're going to be able to mobilize this. And I especially love that refill from home thing of it making it even more convenient to put your reusables. I'd like us to be able to put your reusable coffee cup as well that you might have taken home or had with you, and put that in your home collection, for example. Great, and that's a real achievement to get something on a par with single-use packaging. So.
Yeah, the single-use industry has had quite a long time to become very good and efficient and optimized. And I think what we're starting to see now is just a bit of a change in the tide.
Yeah. Well, the fossil fuel industry has as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So, Jim, you've been working on returnable cup schemes for quite a few years now. How have things changed since you started out on this journey?
I mean, going back 5+ years, There just wasn't the product to start with available that was commercially viable. They were unaffordable, they were not durable, and it was really hard to attach a unique ID to these products. Mm-hmm. So there's been huge advancements there. And the business models have changed completely. I mean, going back several years, it was all about branded products, and a lot of the businesses were dependent on items being lost from the system, whereas now we're seeing pooled universal stock, and the model switched to more of a pay-per-use or subscription type model.
Mm. And we're using Circular & Co for the...
We've collaborated with Circular & Co, which is a great example of not trying to do everything. I think you've got to know your strengths and partner with people that can provide the other elements to the scheme.
Yeah, and we certainly, when we started City to Sea and the refill campaign, people were like, well, you need a bottle. It's like, well, I don't think we want to be a bottle company, but, you know, and then partnering with Chili's, you know, that's that sort of thing of, letting people play to their strengths. Yeah. And I think, we've been very good at rabble rousing and getting people engaged and using these systems.
Yeah, raising awareness and just being that public face for the sector.
Yeah. Do you think there has been a difference in consumer awareness?
Definitely.
Over the last 5 years,
I mean, consumers are well educated on the whole. They understand the issue and they want to buy into these systems, but the convenience just isn't there at the moment. Mm. So with the best will in the world, it's really hard to create habitual change.
Yeah, and that's the thing of if you currently want to live a reusable, refillable life, you need a big backpack. Yeah. Because you're taking your bottle with you, you're taking your coffee cup, your reusable lunchbox, your cutlery. And I think there's very much a place for that, and people love using their own products. And but I think there's also, we're going to see, like with the borrow return coffee cup, where if you've forgotten your reusable, there is an option and you don't have to go to single-use packaging. So what do you think the hold-up is then in terms of mass adoption of these systems? I'll ask that to both of you. Go on, Jim, start with you.
I think all elements need to be proven. There needs to be a track record. And at the moment, you know, we need to test business models, services, products, demand in the different sectors. So that's one of the reasons things aren't, you can't scale something until you've got a proven blueprint. Mm.
I think for me, so as a company, we're we are obsessed by economics. So we're obsessed about the cost of reuse versus the single-use alternative. And one thing that we're seeing is that it is still true today that waste management companies will earn more money from collecting recyclables that can be crushed on the curbside than they can from collecting reusables. And whilst that is true, there will always be this fundamental inconvenience around reuse because it will be a separate stream that's a niche stream. Yeah. So I think for me, the biggest thing is that the economics have to change, particularly in the waste management industry, to enable this to work for a full system.
I think that's really, I'm glad that you're focusing on that, because I think certainly not in the refill return cup space necessarily, but for generally environmentalists, they're like, change, we've got to make that change happen now. But you know, you have to have the solid business case as well for businesses to be able to plan and adopt it. Yeah. I think our third guest has arrived. I hope she can maybe come and take a breath. Safia, come and join us on the sofa. Well done for making it. Safia Qureshi, co-founder of Club Zero. Yes. Founder and CEO of Club Zero. No co's about it.
Got a founding team, not co's.
Exactly. Thank you for joining us. If you're ready, it would be lovely to hear a little bit about you and the part that Club Zero play in helping us transition to a refillable world.
Absolutely, my pleasure. First of all, thank you everybody for your patience. So Club Zero was started back in 2018, and we knew that there needed to be a design approach that was thinking about it from a holistic perspective. So we are not just supplying packaging or doing one or the other element, we're a whole returnable packaging system. So I think generally the transformation since 2018 to now has been brilliant. We've seen so much evolve. across reuse and return systems. And we still have a long way to go. So I would say we have another 5 years till we get to peak consumer consciousness about returnables and about reuse. Just to put a time in everyone's calendar, 2028. So 5 years, I think, is when we're going to get to that point. And the best thing that we can do to get to that point fast and effectively and in a way where it's genuinely sustainable is collaboration. So everybody making all the noise together in that space as much as possible, because we all are generally spending our day-to-day with the same mission. So fundamentally, how do we get that faster? How do we get there faster? How do we do it together?
Yeah, brilliant.
Good to see you, Jim.
Yes.
And Matt.
So I might overly focus on Safia for a little while, but I think the next question that we were going to come to was really to talk about the EU's packaging and packaging waste law is proposing a ban on single-use packaging in restaurants and cafes by 2030, which is exciting if that happens. No doubt others in the industry will be trying to delay and derail that, but we'll be pushing for it. And an increase in reusables for takeaway food to 10% by 2030. So it sounds like progress, but maybe each of you could talk to us a bit about what that could mean in the UK and whether we're going to get pushback from the big brands. And Safia, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I think we work with some really big brands ourselves, and I think there's definitely excitement, there's definite appetite. It's very hard for the big brands to do it all themselves, and that's the big learning for us. Initially, when we started off our journey, we'd have everyone from investors to other clients saying, but aren't big brands just going to do this all themselves? They can't do all of it themselves, they'll do a part of it themselves, but they do definitely rely on other businesses sort of transforming and supporting them, getting them to that transition. So there will be a lot of pushback where commercials just don't add up for a lot of these big brands currently. And we've seen that as well. We've seen the lobbying that's happening. McDonald's is definitely leading that charge. We've heard about it. We've seen all the press releases on Packaging Europe. It's no secret. I think there's a lot of disappointment because a lot of the interactions we've had with some of those large brands have always been about pilots. In fact, it's one of the big conversations I was having on my way here is, they're always looking to trial and test and do pilots, but when you start to talk about scale, everything goes very quiet. And I think the main reason for that is they're just either not ready, they haven't really materially thought about the full context of what they need to do to get there. And what happens is with small businesses, trialing and piloting is a massive, massive cost for us, actually. It makes absolutely no sense for us to continue doing them. And we've done lots of pilots. We've actually done pilots for McDonald's and Starbucks, West Coast, retail. We've produced reports. We've collaborated with the likes of closed loop partners. We've done tons of pilots. So now when anyone comes over and says, hey, I'd love to do a pilot, I basically price the hell out of it because I know I'm not going to make a return. I know it's not going to go anywhere further, and it's not a good use of our time to do a pilot that's not going to go anywhere. So our focus has been a lot about focusing on the brands that genuinely want to see that transformation, that can prove that they have the capability. And that is actually first starts with internal capability. Do they have the manpower? Do they actually have somebody to drive that ship? I'm not talking about individual sort of, people on the ship who might have small components of it, but do they actually have internal force that you can work with to transform that?
Hugely important, because if you don't have that buy-in from the company
where is it going to go? It's not going to go very far. And it can become very frustrating for very senior leadership as well. So I can empathize on many grounds because they're speaking at the likes of Economic Forum events and they're making these massive pledges and they want to see transformation to some degree. But then there's them at the top, then there's a huge gap in the middle of, who's going to own it? How is it going to all happen? Who's going to put it together? And they just don't have the capacity to manage that alongside everything else. So quite often we've started off with guns blazing, it's going to be amazing, and then you realize, gosh, it's going to take a lot longer and cost us a lot more than what we had envisaged.
Thank you.
What do you think the reason is for that gap between the pilot and the scale?
Matt's definitely seen this.
For sure.
What's the reason? Well, it's easy to say I'll pilot something, I'll test something from a PR perspective, because it sounds like I just want to get my feet in the water and I'll make a decision off the back of that. And it doesn't scare shareholders. It doesn't scare anyone in the organization when you call it a pilot or a trial. Whereas if you genuinely say, this is what I'm going to do, and these are the dates, and these are not pledges, like if someone was to actually hold them to account and say, okay, well, you said you would do this by then, then it becomes very serious. And then you have to get official approval, you have to get board approval, you have shareholder approval, and that whole thing has to then be genuinely evaluated from a cost perspective. And the only real time they'll do that is when regulation makes it happen.
Yeah. Or commercial.
Yeah. Or something, yes, but we know that moving from single use to reuse requires an awful lot of capex investment or new development, new investment into that.
New development, yeah.
So,
Jim, what were you going to add then?
I was going to say, I think big business, they're reluctant to be the first to try to scale these solutions. So they're just risk averse, and I think that's one of the main issues.
Yeah, almost waiting to see who goes
first
and makes money from it.
Yeah.
Generally.
Yeah.
Matt, did you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I think for me, we've definitely seen the same kind of leap, the chasm between the pilot and the scale for sure. But I think for me, you almost see it in the teams that you're talking to, this change in the return on investment of the engagement. So it turns from a publicity or a PR or a marketing return on investment. And then suddenly the narrative and the language that is being used in the meetings starts becoming about cost of goods, or it starts becoming about commercial return on investment, capital payback, and all of that sort of stuff. And I think that's often where stuff can fall between the cracks if that hasn't been the goal from the get-go.
Yeah. It's also supply chain.
Exactly.
So supply chain is a very slow-moving creature. It isn't just tech. I mean, we're a tech company, but we're a tech company working in supply chain, essentially, which is vastly or ghastly uninvestable for a lot of investors, because they will understand that this has a very long horizon. This isn't something that's going to come back to them anytime soon. So, and I remember personally when in the 90s at some point, there was that switch between getting milk bottles outdoors, like outside your house, and then putting them back, to the sort of formed plastic milk jugs that you get now from the supermarket. I personally remember that. I'm a millennial, by the way, if anyone's worrying at this point. So that is the level of supply chain interaction that's happened to make that change would have started 20 years before that. I mean, I imagine this isn't something that just suddenly happened overnight. And that was a big transformation. We all then thought, we have to get our milk from the supermarket. Yeah. It's not going to come to our door. Oh, and it's in this massive plastic thing which we'd never bought milk in before.
We've been seeing a little bit of a movement back towards home deliveries and home refills, which I think is great. But as you're saying, it could take another decade until the infrastructure's there for that to become more affordable and for all. So I'm just going to throw a bit of a curveball question at you all, because this is the first session where we've had maybe more sort of startups involved, and one of the themes that's been coming through today is like investment. So where have you, how have you managed to source investment? Where do you need it else for it to come from? Would it need to come from government too? Matt?
Yeah, I think so. We are a venture capital backed, primarily a technology and logistics startup. So we have some fantastic investors within the venture capital community, but also within the corporate venture capital. So some of the world's biggest logistics companies are investors within us.
Because they see that they will probably be using your services in the future, therefore.
Yeah, exactly. So as an example, Maersk, the world's biggest shipping company, is an investor in the business. And I think when you make your money in global trade, which is typically east to west, there is a big potential disruption within local circularity, right? So companies like that are investing, and we're starting to see more engagement from the waste management community in investing in solutions.
Helpful. So I'm just going to keep it fairly short so we can fit in some more questions about the future. But what about subsidies and government investment?
Great.
Safia?
I mean, the UK government is very much behind reductions in single-use plastics. So that's not an unknown fact. they've put an awful lot of funding into lots of businesses, including us, to support the transition to returnable and reuse. Which is what's needed, and they've got policy coming out, bans coming out this year, so they'll officially ban polystyrene in October, which is brilliant, which impacts all of the sort of expanded foam chip clamshells that you've seen. Those will disappear overnight. It also includes all those horrible sushi black boxes that you've seen. That's actually PS, and a bunch of other product lines will disappear. Now, that has other unintended consequences, which are positive. So by removing those from the market, it will reduce the sales of that product across the market, which means something needs to take its place. Hi! Well, reuse and returnable should be taking its place.
Exactly.
And so that's where we come in, where, okay, so you've got ban legislation happening, then the market is going to say, okay, well, we can't, certain packaging suppliers are going to think, well, we can't sell that. Or distributors are going to say, we can't sell that. Well, then what could we sell?
Yeah. So that kind of opens up the space for more refill and reuse. So legislation works.
Legislation is the only way that this is going to change. I've lost complete hope that anyone's going to do it off the back of just sustainability, or I simply go by that I've seen firsthand the difference.
Great.
And I think we've seen it with EVs, we've seen it with most of these other sort of renewables. It's just the way that it's going to go.
And certainly what we focus on City to See as well with our Cut the Cutlery campaign, which definitely played its part with we got 50,000 people, 120,000 signed the petition, and we got 50,000 people to fill out the DEFRA consultation to get them to bring about that ban. So that was well done everybody that got involved in that. So looking to the future, this is a bit more of a quick fire round. We're all about reimagining the future here. So Jim, let's start with you. Your vision for the future of on-the-go packaging.
I mean, for this to really take off, the return infrastructure needs to be integrated within cities. It can't be left to the people who are providing the service because it's just not affordable. So yes, I mean, I think we need to raise awareness, then we need to be really conscious of our actions, and we need to build communities that are around sort of engaged reusers rather than sort of passive consumers. There needs to be a cultural change.
Yeah, nice. And Matt?
Yeah, I think we were talking before, but the embedding collection of reusables within everyday waste management at a residential level is just fundamental to scale, in my view. So that would be the biggest thing.
So in a way, like you do your recycling, it's going to be like you do your reusables.
Exactly.
Yeah, nice. Thank you.
Yeah, return and repair. I mean, definitely I agree with Matt on that stream, and we're supporting that as well, that there is definitely something that needs to happen in the consumer consciousness, and that has to start on multiple levels. So one is in the home, and that will be immediately when you get, let's say, a yellow return point, which is something that you've used to return your reusable packaging, anything that requires repair or mending, etc. That is the zero waste stream.
That's nice. That's the first time anyone's brought in repair into the Global Reuse
Well, I just wanted to put it all together because I think this will become. I mean, you need to think like I said, supply chains are so long. You've really got to think about 30 years. Because that's how local governments will procure things anyway. It's 30, 50 years from now. And so you want to pack in all the things that you know are going to be required, even if it is a bit further down the line.
Yeah.
So yes, so that is an additional piece that will come into the consumer consciousness because it's in their home. And then the second is, of course, which is already evolving with supermarkets, trying to do refills and returns, albeit it's glacial and albeit it's very small volumes comparatively across the board. But again, that's part that fits the consumer consciousness. And then at some point, there should be a tipping point that will support the pickup experience when you're doing that.
All right, so in 10 seconds each, or thereabouts, the one thing, if you could choose one thing that would really help you scale your business's scale for Again or the Refill Return Cup or for Club Zero, the one thing you really need to do to scale in your work?
Waste management companies get on board.
Okay. You heard it here.
I think legislation, so the cost parity is the same between single use and reuse.
Amazing.
Businesses ask for zero waste packaging. That's where the consumers are in hordes, and I think that's where we start.
That's absolutely fantastic. I've just been shown that we've got an extra minute. So is there anything that we haven't covered or anything else that you feel like we need to...
Well, let's flip it the other way. What would you like to see from reuse companies?
That's a great question. I think I'm going to be direct and say
Go for
investment in the things that we're doing, like at World Refill Day, because we're a non-profit organisation and we're kind of tilling the soil and getting the audience ready for all of the businesses in the refill and reuse space.
Yeah.
So yeah, the one thing I would like is investment and
money.
cash money. And you can donate on the City to See website here today. Thank you so much.
Thank
This has been a
you.
really great panel, and I'm really thrilled. I love all of your businesses and initiatives, and you know, your passion as well driving it, because I know it's not easy, and I know there's a lot of sleepless nights involved. So well done, and your oceans. If I may thank you on behalf of the oceans, then I do. So we're going to focus on the coffee vibes for a little bit longer now, and see some more examples of reusable coffee cup schemes happening in the UK right now.
Hi there, I'm George Clark, Project Manager at City to See, and I'm here in our Bristol office today, the home of the Refill Return Cup. The Refill Return Cup is our project launching in Bristol today on World Refill Day, and it will empower Bristolians and visitors to the city to choose reuse over single use. So we've launched this pilot in response to the ever-growing and astonishing use of single-use coffee cups and lids. We use over 66,000 single-use cups in Bristol every single day, contributing to the 2.5 billion cups that get used and thrown away in the UK every year. We know that less than 1% of these cups and lids actually get recycled, with the vast majority going to landfill, being incinerated, or littering our streets, our parks, our rivers and our beaches. Here at City to See, we believe that a better way is possible, and in true City to See style, we're thinking upstream, developing a solution to the problem. So from today, on World Refill Day, tea and coffee drinkers in Bristol can find participating coffee shops through the Refill app, borrow cups or multiple cups for free before returning their cups to the same coffee shop, or crucially, any other participating outlet across the city. So we have our first 11 pioneering independent cafes and institutions, such as the University of the West of England, now using the Refill Return Cup. And we have our next cafes lined up to take part after World Refill Day. And that's going to make it really easy and accessible for Bristolians and visitors to the city to borrow and return cups without having to remember their own, or to carry their dirty cup around with them. So make sure you have the Refill app downloaded. Head to your favourite or a newly discovered coffee shop in the city and help Bristol break up with single use.
Hi, my name's Justin Jordan. I'm the founder of 51 Degrees North Coffee Company. We are a small independent coffee shop and roastery based in Braunton, North Devon. We used to use compostable cups, and I later found out that for these to properly break down, they need to go to the correct facilities, and there's only 2 available in the country. We now have a rental scheme where the customer will pay a price to rent a cup off of us. The cups are made from recyclable materials. As soon as they return them back to us, they get their rental money or deposit back to them. We are working with Plastic Free North Devon, and we aim to visit as many coffee shops and cafes as we can in the area and try and get them to make the switch.
Hi, my name's Kirsty, and I'm a creative partner at the environmental charity Hubbub. Last year, in partnership with Starbucks UK, we launched the Bring It Back Fund to find innovative new ideas that make it easier for customers to choose reusable packaging. The Bring It Back Fund builds on Hubbub's previous work with Starbucks, supporting returnable cup trials in both Canary Wharf and Gatwick Airport. This fund is supporting 6 projects across the UK. Firstly, in Bradford, Green Street have launched a deposit scheme for coffee cups, as well as partnering with restaurant My Lahore to deliver takeaway food in returnable containers. Then, in London, street food market MacArthur Metropolitano is replacing single-use plates and bowls with reusable alternatives. Also, in London, again have a pilot with Uber Eats for reusable packaging for takeaways, which are then returned through doorstep collection. In Peterborough, PECT are working on several mini pilots to test different behaviour change techniques with a range of different communities. In the Highlands, Keep Scotland Beautiful have launched a reusable cup scheme across the North Coast 500 using app technology to let customers borrow cups without paying an upfront deposit. Also based in Scotland, Reef are developing predictive modelling tools to better understand reuse systems. Each project takes a different approach to making reuse more convenient and incentivising uptake. Not only will these projects allow more people to try out reuse, but they'll also help provide really valuable data and learnings, which we'll be sharing later this year. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to you if you have just joined us here as we move into the final section of the Global Reuse Summit. I'm Natalie Fee, and I'm the founder of City2C. So I hope you've been enjoying the content from today's summit. I have been having a great day here, completely being able to geek out in refill and reuse, and learning a lot as well, which is great. We've seen so many different speakers and panelists and case studies from around the world. So in this section, we're going to be exploring the role of people power in action and discussing the hugely important role that we as individuals can play and how communities are very much leading the way when it comes to creating change on a global level. So we've heard a lot about legislation and policy and business, and there's been a lot of talk about, oh yeah, but it's the consumers need to demand it. And it's like, no, it needs to be the government and retailers. So this is the bit that we get to talk communities and people power. As we know, it is a hugely influential part of the puzzle. So I'm delighted to introduce you to our next guest, Gwilym Pugh.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Hi, lovely to have you here. So Gwil is a model, a TV presenter and researcher, amongst other things, and he's currently exploring the science of biodiversity, adventure and human potential. Huge welcome. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. That sounds great. I really love your bio. It sounds fascinating. So let's start by telling me a little bit about your journey and your interest perhaps in plastic pollution. What brought you here to the sofa today?
So the super short version, my background was actually in business and financial services, but it was through traveling and really experiencing the world and wildlife and communities that developed an interest in the environment. I didn't grow up with that. I didn't have access. I grew up in an urban environment. So it kind of came later in life, but it was really impactful and inspirational seeing the things that I saw, and that's inspired a completely different change of path for me.
So, I mean, let's dive into that. What, like, in terms of like plastic specifically or waste, were there any moments or places that sparked that for you?
Well, I was just looking into this earlier, and yes, there were. I remember seeing a Tesco milk bottle washed up on the side of a road in, I think it was Sri Lanka, which is just bizarre, absolutely bizarre. But what I learned earlier is that 92% of ocean plastic, you can't even see, it's microplastic. So the stuff that we can see is just the icing on the cake, for want of a better term. It's a much bigger problem that we can't see. And that is an issue for communication.
And travel can be so important in that respect, can't it? Because at the moment here in the UK, over the past, say, 5-10 years, there's been this massive surge in community beach cleans.
Yes.
So you can go to the beaches here in the UK and think, well, it doesn't look too bad. But then you say, you know, you go to some other countries further around the world, perhaps in the global south, or where we're exporting our plastic.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
It's a different picture.
Yeah, well, I think we've had a out of sight, out of mind mentality for a long time, but that's changing with various countries banning plastic imports now. So,
So you must have seen the impact of plastic on some of the communities that you've travelled to and visited. Do you want to share any of those stories from some of the places that you've seen?
It's more so the fact that I'm in these pristine environments which are something out of a postcard. But then you look to your left, you look out of frame off that postcard, and then you just see a mountain of trash. And like we were just talking about, who knows where that comes from? You know, there's no way of digging into the exact path that took to get there, but it's polluting the world. And I do feel like these communities in these places are taking the brunt of it. You know, we're consuming and consuming and just palming it off onto countries and communities who probably aren't getting paid enough to deal with it, and therefore it doesn't get treated properly. There was a mountain of trash in Indonesia, 16 stories high. I literally saw a video the other day.
Wow.
JCBs like driving up this mountain. It's utterly bizarre. It didn't look real.
Yeah, it's pretty horrifying when you see, and obviously we don't really track and sort of see where our recycling is going, but we know we're recycling still around, exporting around 60-something% of our recycled plastics to countries in the majority world.
Yeah.
So what advice, obviously it's impacted you and changed the way that you live. What advice would you give to people wanting to make a difference, or I don't really know where to start?
Yeah, use your consumer power. You know, we are still in a capitalist society, unfortunately, but we can use that. And the thing is, it's the companies who are doing good things spend their money doing good things, not on the marketing. So we really need to put the extra effort in to support these organizations who are doing good things. And I think that's one of the biggest things you can do. You know, it's hard to envisage it with one plastic bottle or one plastic cup, but if we can shift the way the economy is working and really support these companies and drive that business to companies doing good things, it's inevitable. We'll make a difference.
Yeah, I like to say that that for individuals, you know, people say, but what difference does it make if I'm just one person doing it? But it's very much that individuals drive the trends.
Absolutely.
And the trends drive demand, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. The power of many.
Yeah, which is obviously what we try and do here on World Refill Day. For you, what's the best switch that you've made away from single-use packaging, and even perhaps when you're travelling? How do you deal with single-use waste when you're travelling?
It's hard because, you know, you have to drink water. I use water filters, so I have 3 different types of water filter, probably only need one. But yeah, you can water straw or a filter bottle. That's super important because you can filter pretty much every harmful part of water out of it now. Obviously check the label, make sure you're doing it safely. On the go. So that's a big thing. You don't need to be drinking bottled water if you can filter it properly, but make sure you use the right filter. I don't want to be responsible for that.
Don't worry, we won't hold you accountable.
Yeah, that's really a big one, but otherwise you are somewhat limited. But like I said, it's supporting those companies, which is quite an abstract concept because you don't really see the impact, but I can guarantee you it helps. Yeah.
So would you say that's been your best sort of switch away from single use?
Yeah, it's been my kind of consumer behavior and fixing things as well, going towards looking at products that can be repaired. You know, there's a company who I love who make phones which are modular. So if something breaks or they upgrade the camera, you can actually screw out the back and change your camera. Fairphone.
Fairphone, brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
And like more of that, but they don't have the budget to compete with the advertising power of the big ones.
Yeah, and that's where we can use our voice, and people like you can use your voice to help people switch. Brilliant. So today at the Global Reuse Summit, we are asking people to help us reimagine the future and share their vision of a more reusable, refillable world. So it's time for yours. What would your vision be?
I love the idea of really valuing our belongings, going back and have this kind of concept of disassociating new from good. The 2 different concepts, apples and pears. So new doesn't mean good, it also doesn't mean bad, but really valuing the things that we have, taking care of them, and having our belongings travel through us through life, and they become part of us in a really nice way. And you embed your memories in them. You look at something that you noticed 5-10 years ago, and it takes you right back to that moment in time. But you don't have that if you're constantly churning.
Yeah, that's really lovely. And and we can really develop that attachment to our like reusable water bottle of the times that you've refilled it and the places where you got that dent or that time you left it on the train and someone returned it to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or that time you filled it with rosé and had chilled rosé at a festival.
Exactly. So many different things. And I think it's like, you know, when you listen to a piece of music and then you don't hear it for a long time and it automatically transports you back to that moment.
Yeah.
We can have that with our things if we really value them.
Yeah, really nice. And so tell us what's next for you. What's on the horizon? What are you up to next?
Oh, I'm graduating this year with a degree in environmental science. So thank you very much.
Fingers crossed you'll
Fingers crossed. Yeah, I think so. I think so. And I'm heading to witness a sardine run in South Africa in person next week, which is going to be intense.
Wow.
But it's like the great migration of the ocean and the start of the ocean trophic cascade. So it's a feeding frenzy. And for me, you're seeing the food of the ocean that then travels globally around. So it's really kind of highlighting both the majesty, but also the fragility of it. Like you see, if something harms one of those animals, it has an impact directly, and we're going to be in that. And I'm hoping to share that and bring that, my experience of that, to people at home, so they can kind of live and learn through that, and hopefully inspire them to ask some questions and look some things up. You know.
Great. What an incredible thing to be able to go and experience.
Very lucky,
firsthand.
Very fortunate.
So where can people find you if they want to come and see you at that point? Well, not like they won't be able to come and see you.
Come with
digitally,
me.
of course. Yeah.
They can find me on Instagram. That's my main channel,
Yeah.
which is at Gwilym Pugh. Hopefully there's some text on the screen somewhere
probably.
or something.
I'm sure
I won't spell it out. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Well, have an amazing trip. Thank you for
Thank you so
swinging
much.
by to join us at
thank
our
you.
first Global Reuse Summit. I'm sure we'll see you again.
Thanks for having me.
So now on to our final panel of the day, where we are going to be focusing on the important role that communities are playing in driving the transition away from single use towards reuse. So we'll hear from some really important campaigners and activists that have been working really hard to support and empower communities to create lasting change where they live. This session is one that's particularly relevant for us at City to Sea, because as an organisation we've always believed in the power of community action, with over 400 refill community schemes just here in the UK and globally as well, and they have really grown the campaign from a small pilot in Bristol to the global movement it is today. So let's head over to them now.
Hi, I'm Jo Morley, the Head of Campaigns at City to Sea, and I'm very excited to be hosting this panel today, exploring the role of communities empowering the refill and reuse revolution. The role of communities is really important to me personally, but also to City to Sea, as we work with a thriving network of community groups here in the UK and also internationally through our refill campaign. We work with everyone from small village communities right up to mayors and councils, who are all working to tackle waste on a local level and connect people to free drinking water. So without further ado, let's meet our panelists. Macy, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, really happy to be here with y'all today. My name is Macy Xander. I use she, her pronouns, and I am based in Austin, Texas in the United States. And my role is the Reuse Communities Policy and Engagement Officer with an NGO called Upstream Solutions. And we are focused on all things reuse, particularly within the consumer packaged goods sector within the US and Canada. And my role working with communities is I facilitate a network called the Reuse Coalition Leadership Network, which is an open space platform for different coalitions and groups across the US and Canada that are looking to bring reuse to their communities through policy or non-policy avenues. And this space is very, very, very much a place for anyone working in this. All of the coalitions are actually not run by Upstream. They're run by our allies within the networks, with the exception of a couple, Reuse Portland and the Austin Reuse Coalition, of which I'm a member. And yeah, we really try and create an avenue for folks to share best practices and ideate ways that we can be most successful in normalizing reuse within all of our different localities.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Macy. I'm really looking forward to finding out a bit more about your community coalitions. Farima, over to you.
Hello, my name is Farima Tidjani. I am in Dakar, Senegal. So I'm the founder of Adansonia Green, which is a new association that is aiming for businesses to be a solution to environmental issues rather than the problem that they are today. So we are currently focusing on the subject of local entrepreneurship, but our mission is to be inclusive with all the businesses and to onboard them on sustainable development and environmental approach. So we have three major activities. First is a startup factory. So within the startup factory, we will have innovative ideas for local projects. Then development of the chosen ideas through pilot projects. And then an open source sharing so that the pilot projects can be large scale replication throughout all Senegal. The second activity is the support for entrepreneur or startup that has environmental impact project. And the third one is to raise public awareness, because we realize that even if we are working with companies, we have to work with communities, which are the markets of these companies. So we want to show which solutions are already available on Senegalese market. So the first subject that we are tackling right now are, the first one is the better management of organic waste. We will work with cities and districts with that, for that. And the second one is waste reduction with the 5R, especially in food sector. So reuse system for all the drinkables like water, coffee, tea, etc. And reuse system for all deliveries.
Amazing. Thanks so much for sharing. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to understanding a little bit more about the work that you're doing and how it differs in Senegal to the UK. And last but not least, over to you, Alejandra.
Hi everyone, Alejandra Warren with Plastic Free Future. I am the co-founder and executive director. We are a grassroots organization working from systemically excluded communities in California, mostly in the Bay Area. That's Ohlone land. My pronouns, she, hers, ella. I'm originally from Colombia, but we're currently doing work in California. We have a few different projects going on, community-based projects. We have 3 cities, East Palo Alto, Pacifica, and Half Moon Bay, where we have reuse incentive systems. That's a program that we have to encourage reuse systems in systemically excluded communities. We don't think about the projects as educating the communities, but more like highlighting the knowledge that they already have and making sure that they remember that is in our DNA. I'm originally from South America, so most of our participants are Latinx communities. We have thousands of Latinx individuals participating in the programs, and it's really beautiful to see how they're coming back to understanding that they already have this beautiful knowledge that is going to get us out of this problem. We're also currently working in a lot of policy, local policy, national policy, and global policy. We're even working with the Global Plastics Treaty. We are making sure that reuse is included in the language of the Global Plastics Treaty, that ancestral and traditional knowledge is respected, acknowledged, accepted in part of the language. We want to make sure that industries are not defining what reuse looks like in our communities, but we have the power to define how those systems are going to look like for us. So that's a little bit of what we do. We are also co-leading the Reusable San Mateo County Coalition. So I get to do a lot of work with Macy.
Incredible. You guys are doing so much amazing work. I'm really looking forward to diving into the questions. So to kind of kick off, all of you are working to support and empower communities to create change on a local level. Can you tell me why it is so important to engage local communities when it comes to creating systemic change? Ali, do you want to start that question?
Yeah, absolutely. I really think that our communities have the power to solve this problem. I think the only thing that we need is investment. Putting the money where the solutions are. I feel like grassroots and nonprofits organizations that are doing local work already know their communities so well that they already know the problems of the community, the cultural heritage of the community, the issues that the community needs to address to make reuse and refill systems successful. And when people ask, but where's that money going to come from? We use a lot of money in waste management. Even in California, we spend millions and millions and millions of dollars. loading waste, taking waste to the landfill, that is an unsustainable system. And we're hoping that this new circular economy that we're building is more about zero waste systems that are localized instead of the linear economy that didn't work for any of us. It didn't work for women, it didn't work for youth, for communities of color. So we're hoping that empowering local communities with the funding that they need to develop the solutions, that most of them already have them. They just need to add a little bit of the bulk section or encouraging people to continue to use their traditional systems. So we really hope that businesses step up to the challenge, and instead of promoting solutions that they think are the solution, they reach out to us to work with us and find the solutions that are culturally relevant for our communities.
Thank you. I love that bottom-up approach, really tapping into local knowledge and being able to use that wisdom. It's just so important. Macy, did you want to add anything to that question?
Yeah, that was great, Alejandra. Yeah, I agree 100%. And I'll say, I think that personally, the theory of change I've always had for myself when it comes to social movements is it starts from the bottom. We have not seen a successful social movement, particularly in the US, that has not had grassroots driving it forward. And so I think that this issue, just like any, needs to, again, listen to the local wisdom that's happening at the community level. And the reality is, a lot of the work that we're seeing within the reuse refill movement in North America is working with local restaurants, local cafes. And so what better way to engage them than to be doing it directly in the communities where they're based? And so I think that's a really important piece of the puzzle. And ideally, when it comes to policy, you'll see local communities that are able to enact policies. And that then will trigger states or provinces to enact policies. And maybe one day, fingers crossed, we can get some federal action on these issues. And so this is very much the theory of change that I hold on to, and why I think community work is such an important piece of the puzzle here.
Yeah, we couldn't agree more. It's that ripple effect of these local small movements all joining up to create this kind of tidal wave of change. Farima, over to you.
I will repeat a little bit what Macy said. For me, if we want to have a systemic change of habit, it has to come from the community. I'm working with communities and I'm working with industry. Industry can only live if we buy what they sell. If we don't buy, they won't live. So if all the people who have the power of buying, the power of, unfortunately, the power of money, say that they want to change their habit, and they change their habit and put the money only is in some systems that are good, better for the environment, which is reuse in this case, we will force the company to change, and we will force the system to change, and it will be systemic. For me, it's the only way when it goes from down to up to be able to be a systemic change.
Yeah, I would love to add one more thing, thinking about communities and how what businesses don't realize is that once you include a little bit of reuse and refill in our communities, you are improving so much more than sustainability. We're talking about bringing healthy, local, organic foods to areas that usually are in food deserts and loaded with plastics. These plastics are just causing flooding in our communities. So there's such a big impact that goes beyond sustainability. We are improving the lives and the health of our communities with these changes. So take some social responsibility and get it done.
Yeah, that's what I love about the community's work, is we're really stepping back from the big system and corporations and actually, factoring in so many important aspects that have an impact on people's lives, their everyday lives, and it touches all aspects of everything that we do. So Macy, can you tell us a little bit about the work the community coalitions are doing in the US, and maybe what some other community groups could learn from them?
Yeah, definitely. I'd be happy to share that. So yeah, there are approximately 24 coalitions across the US and Canada that are working explicitly on reuse. And Alejandra is leading one of them, Reusable San Mateo County. They're doing amazing work. But what we largely see with these coalitions is a good chunk of them are focused on policy measures. So they're looking at county or city level policy, largely around targeting food serviceware. And so we see coalitions that are trying to advocate for something called Skip the Stuff, which is accessories on request for different dining materials, for example, cutlery, napkins, condiment packets, etc. That does not come to you when you get takeaway unless you request it. So that's a very common thing that we see a lot of coalitions advocating towards. And then another policy handle that we see a lot of focus on is reusables for on-site dining. So this is making sure that food establishments, if you're dining in or having a coffee in, you're actually served with real dishes, which I think to a lot of our friends in Europe will seem like a little bit basic, but here it's a very important policy that a lot of groups are pushing for. And beyond that, there's also a lot of coalitions that are operating, particularly in states that maybe are a little bit more challenging politically to enact local policy. And these folks are going the route of trying to do non-policy means to try and normalize reuse in their communities. So for example, where I live in Austin, Texas, we are a little bit constrained in the policies that we can push, but we are able to do different like campaigning tactics to try and build up education and awareness on reuse within the local restaurant community, for example, and working with the city to try and provide more carrots for reuse as opposed to the stick that can be perceived as policy. And so that's largely what we're seeing within these coalitions. And some of these coalitions are incredibly developed. They've been around since folks were working on bag bans. One that comes to mind is Reusable LA, which is run by some really brilliant partners. They've been around for like over a decade. And then we have really nascent groups that are just getting started. They're looking for more people to join their coalition, getting more buy-in from different groups throughout their city. And it's an exciting space. And I think that learnings from these coalitions is groups are most successful when they look the most like the cities they represent. And so coalitions that are able to capture a lot of different diverse voices and really speak to the needs of their communities, and as Alejandra said, really like pull that local wisdom and that knowledge from their cities, I think are doing really great work. And the larger the net we can cast for the folks that we're engaging in these coalitions, I think the more willing and excited people are going to be to have reuse become the norm in their communities. And so those are some of the learnings I would say that I've seen, and I'm sure that more will come to me soon, but yeah, I'll step back from there.
No, it's really brilliant to hear. Thank you so much for sharing some of those. I'm going to pass over to Farima now. I'd love to understand a little bit more about the challenges that are faced with some of the communities you work with when it comes to introducing reuse systems. And it would also be great to hear some of the successes that you're working with as well.
So thank you for the question. So I'm thinking of 2-3 challenges that I have when I'm talking to communities, but you have to get to the background of Senegal as a developing country. So the first challenge for me is organization when it's about reuse, because I feel like big corporation has invested a lot of money and a lot of time trying to give us the illusion that single use means ease, speed, freeing up sometimes to have more time for leisure and freedom. So every time here in Senegal, we want to talk about reuse, people who are in a developing country and who are just starting to have access to all these single use just see it as a step back and a loss of social advantage. So it's when you talk to them about that, they only see that you will add another organizational task to an already full agenda, because right now everyone is very busy. So we have to be careful when we talk to them, not to tell them that we are going back like we were doing before, because before and yesterday for us is very close. Some villages and some small towns, they still haven't had the single-use level of big cities like Dakar. So every time we go to villages to see family and stuff, and when we go there, we go to what we were used to do before. But the before is still here. So we really have to be careful not to talk about, to show reuse as the reuse as we are talking as a way to go toward development. Otherwise, people will think that we just want to take back whatever they just happen to have access to right now, you know? And they are like, Europe, they have it since a long time. What do you want me to stop having it? I'm just starting to have it. Come on, don't do it. So it's also a conscious act of display of success. So for example, when you're receiving a lot of people, you want to show that you succeeded in whatever you in your work, and you're starting to have money. So you show them that you can use some nice single use and just show it. So we have to be careful about that. And maybe the last challenge is that a lot of single use is used in the street for people who go out all day, like taxi drivers and stuff. And even in school in Senegal, we don't have access to water. So sometimes it's a big challenge to have a reused cup or something because you won't have access to water. So it has to be inclusive so that the government can put water access everywhere to be able to make it possible.
Wow, that's really interesting. It's, you know, it's a challenging narrative to have to shift. I think one thing I'd be really interested to know a bit more about is, are the people in the villages you were talking about that haven't yet seen this kind of tidal wave of single use, are they seeing single use kind of still as a status symbol, or are they also seeing the impact on the environment of littering and pollution that's caused by those items? Is that affecting their perceptions at all?
So they are seeing the impacts of single use, but still they want to have access to it. For them, they want to have access to single use, and they are blaming the government, saying that they are not taking care of their waste. They don't really see it as I'm creating my waste. It's like, I need to have access to single use because it's the developing way of going, but government has to take its responsibility and take care of my single use. There are still some reuse that are being implemented, so we still have hope and we are working towards it.
Brilliant. That's really good to hear. And yeah, I feel like that's a conversation we could carry on much more. I'd love to hear more about it. But Ali, just directing over to you, I would love to know a little bit more about what you're doing and what we need to make sure happens to provide reuse systems that are accessible and affordable to all communities. Where is this happening in the US successfully, and where do we still need to focus our attentions?
Yes, first of all, I wanted to say, Farima, we are finding exactly the same problems working with communities of color in California, which is a country located in a country in the global north. So I want you to feel supported because we hear exactly the same thing, especially with Black communities and Latinx communities. They are so busy. They have 2-3 jobs. They have to figure out a way to feed their families. Single use is the solution for them. So a lot of the work we do is being respectful with those situations, understanding that the plastics industry just put all of those plastics in our community, pushing it and making us believe that it's better. We see a lot of advertisement in Latinx Spanish-speaking networks that we don't see anymore in white networks. So we are seeing that the plastics industry are specifically targeting communities of color to perpetuate the cycle of plastics. That is a racial injustice, that's environmental injustice, that is just plain environmental racism and waste colonialism. So we have to make sure that our communities are aware that we're being a target at this point, and that we have to respond with solutions that are accurate for our communities. That's why I'm really concerned about reusable plastics being pushed in our communities as a solution when our communities already have other zero waste solutions. Like at least in Asia, Africa, Latin America, we do a lot of zero waste packaging with leaves of trees that are already there. They exist there. They work for our communities. So let's make sure that our answer is not reuse, reuse, reuse at all cost, but that is also relevant for the community where we are trying to introduce reuse, and that we respect the zero waste systems and composting systems that these communities have for millennia, and that are keeping plastics away from our spaces.
Thank you so much, Alejandra. That was such a powerful and really, really important point to make. And I think comes back to the point you made earlier about us needing, it's so important that we recognize and kind of really tap into the wisdom and the knowledge and the practices that we already have within our communities, within different societies, without trying to imprint, a Western vision or the corporation's vision of what a reuse system should look like. I think that's really important. So thank you so much for bringing up that point. And that actually brings me really nicely on to my next question. So today in the Global Reuse Summit is all about reimagining the future. So I'd love to hear really briefly what does the world look like, or what could the world look like in 5 or 10 years for you and within our communities if we manage to change things and address the plastics crisis with the urgency that we need to see. Farima, I'll come to you first on that question, if that's okay.
So the first thing, if we happen to manage the change, is that I will lose my job. So I will be looking for a new job because I won't need to do it anymore, and I will be happy to lose my job. And also, to be more serious, it will be about producing and consuming what we need at a planet recovering rate pace. It's very important. Include local development and dignity for local community and work for everyone. Justice for all layers of the community, and logically a slower, less stressed life where people are not looking to constantly have more material and accumulating what they don't need, and more quality time for friends, family, and more connection for people.
I love that. Thank you so much. And that's a brilliant point. We always say that when we're looking at what does success look like for our work, it's that we don't need to exist anymore. And I know that that's something experienced by a lot of campaigners, NGOs. We don't want to be doing this. If we can create the systems and truly get things to work, we can all hang up our hat and retire. Handing that question over to you, Macy.
I'm ready to just dive into Farima's vision of the future and just live in that world, because that sounds great. Oh, can y'all hear me okay? Okay, great. That was great, Farima. Thanks for that insight. I love that vision of the future. Yeah, I would say in 5 to 10 years, and I'll keep it more focused on the consumer packaged goods sector, just because that is what our focus is. But I'm hoping that we're going to live in a reality where the bulk of the materials that we buy from the supermarket are in refillable packaging systems. Again, keeping in mind that they need to be responsible systems that are not adding toxicity. I think that's a really key caveat to keep in mind there. And I'm excited for a world where every time I go to a restaurant, I am served on real plates with real dishes, with real cutlery. We're not creating all this excess waste for no reason. And I'm looking forward to the US really bringing refillable bottles back. That is something I'm really excited for. And a reality where we just don't need as many landfills. We don't need to do as much recycling because we just have more reuse refill systems out there. And again, where we all can just retire early because we've achieved our mission in the next 5 to 10 years. That would be the ideal.
Amazing. I 100% hear you on that. It is a total pet peeve of mine, going into a restaurant and being served in single use. So I would love for that to be the vision for the future as well. Alejandra, finally giving that question over to you.
Yeah, I would love to see some progress, honestly, with the Global Plastics Treaty. And I've seen it. I think that being last week in Paris, the first 2 days were a nightmare. Countries just fighting over politics. And for someone like me, it's like, is this really the United Nations? Is this how it works? It sucks. But the rest of the day, seeing how countries can come together to understand that industry is the problem and we have to focus on communities to make sure that it works for everyone, that plastics are a problem that are only exacerbating climate change, biodiversity loss. Just thinking about biodiversity loss, I want to start crying. Because to me, it's like the biggest issue of our generation, losing all of that beauty that we have, not only big mammals and ocean life and fish. I'm thinking about contaminating our compost or soil or microorganisms that are the sources of life, of all life. So I really hope that this progress with policy changes, individual behavior, and commitments from industry and corporations are going to bring us together to a place where we can have, like Farima said, more dignity for our communities, a better life, not only in sustainability, but in general, a life that is better for all of us. That's my dream, my hope.
Thank you so much for sharing. It makes me feel so inspired to hear you guys sharing this vision. It's a world I think we can all buy into and really, really want to see happen. And on that note, just a quick fire round to finish today. What is the one thing that you would like to see policymakers or businesses prioritize? Alejandra, I'll come to you first.
I think an really easy one would be reusables for dining. That's really easy, and we've seen that if you go to a wealthy community, you see a lot of reuse. If you go to a low-income community, you see a lot of styrofoam and crappy toxic plastic. So it's a matter of equity. It's an issue of equity, and it's really easy. Another one that I would love to see is bulk and refill sections in every supermarket, in every convenience store, in every little corner. Give us the option to buy without plastic. We need that, and we need to pass a law to make it happen.
Yeah, amazing. Macy, over to you.
Yeah, I would want to see, echoing Alejandra, I agree with all of those. And I would like to see extended producer responsibility laws for packaging that really put the onus on the producers of this waste and really have reuse as a key part of the EPR statute. Mandating reusables, I think that that's a really important piece that I would like to see. Another thing that just came to me is I would like to see every company set clear metrics with timelines for their phase out of single-use items. And I would like it to be measurable, and I would like there to be some sort of mechanism where we're able to hold these companies to their targets and their goals around packaging reduction and switching over to reusables.
Hell yes, I think we can all agree we would support that. And finally, over to you, Farima.
So for me, I will focus on policymakers, and I am putting all my hope in global plastic treaties because I want some bans, some limitation, and some taxes to force everyone to be able to go to reuse. So that's it for me.
Amazing. Thank you all so much for your time. That was a conversation I would have loved to continue. I'm feeling incredibly inspired to hear from you individually and the work that you're doing, and also for the work that's happening in your communities around the world. So big thanks to all of you, and massive thanks and respect to all of the communities that you're representing here today, as well as the refill schemes that we're working with in the UK and around the world. We recognise and we applaud each and every one of you for the work that you're doing to push for change. Thanks so much, and goodbye from us.
Oh, what a brilliant conversation that was, truly heartening. And thank you so much to our speakers. And as Jo said, so much love and respect to all of the communities that were represented then in that panel, including, of course, our refill schemes here in the UK, the true heroes of the movement. So we are on to our last session of today's Global Reuse Summit. If you've just joined us, welcome. I'm Natalie Fee and I'm the founder of City to Sea. So in this last session, I'm going to be having a conversation with Esrat Karim, founder of the Amal Foundation, about her work as an advocate for social reform and women's empowerment, and how she's worked with communities to create lasting change. Esrat's been an advocate for social reform and women's empowerment for many years, and her humanitarian efforts have been recognised and celebrated, and she was listed on 2020's Forbes Under 30 in Asia. Congratulations.
Thank you
Esrat,
so much.
Thanks for being here today.
Well, it's an honour for me.
Oh, well, likewise. We're really looking forward to finding out more about the amazing work that you're doing with communities in Bangladesh and how it relates to the conversations that we've been having here today about plastic and global reuse systems. So let's start, as we are with most of our guests, just finding out a little bit about you and the work that you've been doing in the world.
Of course. So, well, I'm Esrat. I'm from Bangladesh, and I was born and raised in a small town in Bangladesh, and from there I started my journey. I was so much invested in development work that I decided that I'll start my career in development sector. So I had my master's in social entrepreneurship from the University of Colorado. And then I came back in Bangladesh and started Amal Foundation, which is a non-profit organization. And we're working in various sectors, but mostly focusing on the environmental, like vulnerable areas of Bangladesh, and helping lots of women and children all over the country.
Amazing. And what, for you personally, like what, were you born that way? Was there a moment when you realized that you wanted to do something to change things? Like, I'd love to hear that.
Well, I was a very shy girl. Still, I'm a very shy girl. Like, I can't look into someone's eye when I'm talking. I'm like always looking down in the floor and talking. But there were moments, there were time that actually awoke that situation to help somebody to step forward, because I have seen so much in Bangladesh, especially for the women and the children. They have been through so much injustice and so much of differences, and they have like nowhere to go, nowhere to talk. So I had to step forward and had to be the person. I had to get out of my comfort zone to help them.
I love that story, and I think that's really brave of you to answer the call, even though it's out of your comfort zone. I remember when I started City to Sea, I was completely terrified of the sea. I had like a complete phobia of the sea, but when I went towards it and started doing things to heal it, it certainly changed my relationship with it. But I'm real respect for that transition and what you're doing. So you've dedicated your life to trying making those communities in Bangladesh more healthy and happy place for the underprivileged children and women. What does that look like for you, and what are some of the biggest challenges currently experienced by communities, in particular women there?
Wonderful question. So mostly in the areas where I work, those are really hard to reach areas, like river islands, coastal areas, also with the refugees, displaced communities in Bangladesh. So mostly you will find there's no electricity, no sanitary toilet. Even women are being, like little girls are being married at the age of 8, 9 years old, lots of cases of child marriage and gender discrimination. And all our work is based on those areas. We are building system for education, healthcare, and environmental friendly projects, livelihoods. And for me, a healthy and happy future for them would be where everybody is well accepted. There's a safe and secure community for everyone, and they can live up to their dreams. That's how I see it.
Hugely important work. When it comes to single-use plastic, I'm curious to know how much of it you've seen, I guess particularly in the river and coastal communities, and how big a problem is it? And are you seeing any examples of refill and reuse?
So single-use plastic is one of the biggest problem of Bangladesh right now. Like if there is like containers, plastic bottles, those are being picked and being sold by the people of grassroots because they get some money, and those bottles are being used for making yarns, and those yarns are being used for making t-shirts, athletic t-shirts. But you can't do anything about those single-use plastics, wraps, packets of chips and whatnot. So it ended up clogs all the drainage system, and it just ruins everything. Lots of floods are happening because of this, and all those environmental damages. But most interesting thing is that we are not used to, in those areas, especially in those communities, people were not used to use of those single-use plastics. They were more friendly with the banana leaves, you know, like all those natural things they were using. Then all these multinational, national companies burge in, and they will forcefully introduce all those things, and people will get used to using all those things. And now they're suffering because all those things are like piling over each other. It's like Everest mountain of landfills of single-use plastics. So it's definitely a bigger problem, and we have to go back to that older practices of using natural things.
And it's hard to turn that around, isn't it? And I imagine there's not from what you're saying, there isn't the proper infrastructure there to deal with that amount of plastic that's coming in, and a lot of it sounds like it's very hard to recycle anyway, even if there was recycling.
Of course.
So can you see communities, is there a will and a motivation to kind of, does it feel like people don't want to go back to the old ways, or have you got any examples of where that's happened, or reuse schemes in action?
So in terms of reusing things, Bangladeshi people are very resilient and they believe in cost-cutting things. We do reuse some of the things like the plastic bottles. You'll see people putting cooking oils in the plastic bottles. You'll see lots of ice cream containers are being used to put food and things like that. But there's a less use of the single-use plastic. And people are trying, like lots of innovators, entrepreneurs are trying to bring something new, something innovative. But so far it hasn't come up with some effective results. And the government is patronizing as well, but nothing is fruitful so far. So this has been one of the biggest challenges Bangladesh is facing. Another thing is cigarette butts. This is also destroying our country, and we just don't know how to dispose it, how to clear our environment from it.
Okay, so it's still currently a growing pollution problem without, at the moment, enough kind of resource or infrastructure to then implement the solutions to that. And is that the same like in terms of like menstrual products and waste as well?
Yes, of course. Some of the very young entrepreneurs of Bangladesh, they have introduced biodegradable menstrual like sanitary napkins, but those are not very highly introduced in the market because obviously they're young entrepreneurs, they don't have that money for funding for marketing the whole products. But this is getting very popular. Apart from that, it's a big problem in Bangladesh, and we are really working towards it, creating awareness, especially in terms of disposing it. Right now, everything is being put into fire, all those single-use plastics, sanitary napkins in the landfills, and recently you would find in the news that we had a biggest layer of methane gas over Bangladesh, and there might be some correlation to it.
Absolutely, yeah. The chemical, the toxins that are released through the burning of plastic. Yeah, it really is an environmental justice issue that communities that you're working with are having to deal with this kind of plastic waste. So, just finally, in maybe less than a minute or in a minute, what support do you need from business and policymakers to help you do the work that you're doing?
First of all, for the policymakers, it would be strong law enforcement. All the laws are present there, and Bangladesh is the first country which actually forbid the use of polythene bags in the world. We did it, but there's not proper law enforcement against it. So law enforcement, and second, for the business person, maybe they could be less, like they could cut off some of their interest on profits and things like that, and they would be more friendly to the nature of reuse, refilling behavior, because lots of their benefits and profits are related to, all those plastic industries and so many things, more products and all. So they have to be a little bit less selfish, I think.
Yeah, I think it would be a good message for the whole world, really, isn't it? Be a little bit less selfish. Well, you're certainly embodying that by the work that you do in the world. And I wish you huge success and lots of energy and resilience as you go forward with that. So thank you so much for coming and sharing some stories of what's happening on the ground in Bangladesh.
Thank you so much.
Esrat Karim from the Amal Foundation. Thank you. So it's been really exciting, and important to hear some of the challenges that are faced in those communities in Bangladesh. So now we're going to hear from some more communities around the world on the issues that they're facing and hopefully how they're overcoming some of those barriers.
Hi, my name is Amal, and I'm part of the Zero Waste Trail initiative here at the town of Banff. The Zero Waste Trail is a program that empowers residents and businesses to move towards zero waste. Reducing and diverting waste from landfill is critical to maintaining the well-being and sustainability of our community.
Banff has a goal to divert 70% of waste by 2028. Since 2018, commercial waste diversion has increased by 10%. but we are still a long way from reaching our target and need everyone to help. Diverting as much material as possible for recycling or composting helps Banff reduce landfill waste that produces greenhouse gases like methane, which is over 25 times more powerful than carbon monoxide. Yikes.
I think it's very important that we do our best to try and save the earth with every step that we possibly can. It doesn't have to be a super hard task. It's just getting out of old routines and into new ones. I think it's important to know that you don't have to be perfect, but if everybody can do just a little bit more than what they did last year, that makes a huge difference.
So, get on the Zero Waste Trail with us and help protect the park for future generations.
Plastik sekali pakai tidak akan maksimal tanpa adanya edukasi yang baik. Hingga saat ini, Gaya di Cafe telah melakukan berbagai edukasi seperti kampanye digital, rampok plastik, Enviro Challenge, Augmented Reality Games, sampai dengan pawai bebas plastik yang menyasar ke seluruh generasi dan lapisan masyarakat. Peraturan pembatasan di berbagai daerah juga disambut baik oleh warga masyarakat. Berdasarkan survei online yang kami lakukan, lebih dari 98% warga Jakarta dan Kota Bandung mendukung penuh peraturan ini. Selain itu, setelah peraturan berlaku, lebih dari 85% responden di Jakarta dan sekitar 74% responden di Bandung mengaku lebih sering dan selalu menggunakan kantong belanja ramah lingkungan.
Hi, I'm Sheena. I'm from Jersey. I first got involved with refill when I realised only 8% of the plastic bottles in Jersey actually made it into the recycling stream. The way we used to help communities reduce their use of plastic was very much face-to-face, and we would show them alternatives or how to reduce it. Obviously during COVID that changed a lot and it's more online. But now again, we're out in our community, we're meeting people and we're sending those messages again. We know the key to reimagining our future in Jersey is by building our communities. There's already some examples of that in Jersey. We've got repair cafes that have sprung around and they work with communities to mend broken items if they can be. So that's the three fundamentals: reduce, reuse and repair.
I was just about to say it's nearly officially the end of the Global Re Summit, and I've come over all emotional. It's been quite a roller coaster of an afternoon. The first Global Reuse Summit that we've hosted here today for World Refill Day. It really has been an incredible afternoon and the culmination of a lot of hard work from the team at City to Sea. So massive respect to all you people behind the scenes. We've dived into some seriously big topics today and explored what the future could look like if we could overcome some of the barriers that we've discussed today. And I really think that we can overcome them. And the sense that I've had really is that yes, it's going to take time. And although we really need to keep up the pressure, we also need to be patient and remember that this is a marathon, not a sprint. And I think some of the themes that have really been emerging today have been like the importance of legislation. Like we really, really need our governments to step up and bring in that legislation. And I'm sure things like the Plastics Treaty are really going to support with that. Investment and subsidies, so really helping those startup businesses, helping the NGOs, helping the people pushing for the policy changes. And collaboration. I mean, hasn't that just been a really big theme of the day? Collaboration across NGOs, collaboration across businesses and cross-sector as well. Lots of really exciting innovation, and I hope you're feeling inspired having heard some of that today, because as we've just heard from our last conversation, the problem is still getting worse, and we really need to make sure that we keep that sense of urgency when it comes to tackling the plastic pollution problem. So please share your thoughts with us. We really want to hear how that was for you today. So you can share comments and feedback on social media using the hashtag Global Reuse Summit and World Refill Day, or you can of course drop us a line at City to Sea through the website. And just a reminder that all the sessions today have been recorded. So you'll be able to access them on the website to rewatch your favourites or catch up on anything that you've missed, and that will all be there available for free for you. So a huge thank you to our speakers that took a leap of faith and joined us today for the first summit, to the team, as I said, for pulling this together, to the Protect Blue team who've been incredible at producing this today. What I hope you'll agree has been a really brilliant event. And of course, a huge, big, massive thanks to our partners who've helped make this all possible today. So finally, just a reminder that City to Sea is a small NGO, and we run World Refill Day and events like this on a shoestring budget, trying to keep costs low so that it's free and accessible for all. We'd love to continue to do this, so if you enjoyed today and are able to offer any donations or support, then and if you're a business and you'd like to be involved with next World Refill Day, we'd very much appreciate your support, and we'd love to hear from you. You can find out how to donate online through the City to Sea website or through refill.org.uk. So I hope wherever you are in the world, you've had a great day and that you can enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully join us again on next year's World Refill Day. Thanks for joining us.